at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
to a close here
yes.
in 14 hours. It's been a good year in
Are
Denver
we going to do the
sports.
standard, top 10 moments of 2025? Because I'm kind of up for it today. First, I want to shout out everyone. Since I was at my Uncle Wayne's funeral yesterday, I got a lot of people reaching out, just sending positive thoughts and vibes, and being at a military funeral with the 21-gun salute and all that kind of stuff. That's something, man. So good to be around family, good to be around friends. Just good to have the support of the tribe, just sending their love and their prayers, and I appreciate it all. So feel good to be here after a real heavy day yesterday, but it feels good, and now we can kind of do this year-end stuff. And as you mentioned at the top, man, it's been a hell of a year. Now, hell of a scare a couple of days ago.
Yes.
We'll get into that, but it's fantastic. And one of the things, as an old man, I'll tell you, I try, because I've failed at it for years, but I've tried to be as present as possible every day in every conversation and everything, not thinking about the future and not really thinking about the past, because when you drive, you're not looking at your rearview mirror.
No.
You're looking at your front windshield. However, on a day like today, when it's New Year's Eve, it's a time where you can look back at the last 12 months and go, wow, holy cow. And I just think about this show. Hell, our numbers weren't where they needed to be. Let's just say that. Certain conversations were being had, and then all of a sudden the tribe shows up, and they save us, and now we're number one. And it's fantastic, and it's great, and it feels awesome to be here. Feels great to be here with you. So I guess I'm approaching today with energy and gratitude, and I try to do that every day.
Yeah, well, those are two good traits to have. It's certainly good to be with you today. I know yesterday was a tough day for you and your family, so I'm glad you got through it. I'm sure it was a very nice service, and it's good to be here. I heard Josh and Richie chatting, and you and I will do the same thing today. And you mentioned it. We can go big picture for sure throughout the show, but yeah, let's go small picture because you haven't been in front of the mic since it happened.
Yeah.
I did Denver Sports Tonight last night, so I got some stuff off my chest, but what happened 2 nights ago in Miami was downright terrifying.
Yeah.
It was downright terrifying. And when Nikola Jokic goes down in a heap, 2 things come to your mind. 1, the guy's a tank. You don't expect that to happen. He's never hurt. He's never injured.
Right.
And then 2, it wasn't just the injury. It was the shot of him going to the locker room. And the guy could barely walk.
Yep.
And every jackwagon in Miami had a cell phone camera in his face because the arena quickly realized what they were witnessing. Mm-hmm. And my mind went to the darkest and the worst place.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he had torn his ACL.
Yeah.
And not only would that have made this year totally irrelevant, it would have made a good chunk of next year totally irrelevant. And the dark thoughts would have been, did the window just shut? Mm-hmm. Is it shut for good? So I am thankful on this New Year's Eve. I've never been so happy for a star player to only be out a month. Let's put it that way, right? If someone on, what night was that? Because today's Wednesday. That was Monday night.
That was Monday night,
If someone on Monday night had said a month, I assume you would have signed up for that in a heartbeat after watching what happened.
Yes, and I don't give a crap, and I never really do. We know he's the best player on the planet, but every single year, the NBA is not going to give him the MVP. Okay, God, yeah, okay, whatever. I want the Finals MVP, baby. So I understand with the number of games that he's going to miss, and Jake Shapiro had it at DenverSports.com. like Nikola Jokic is unlikely to be eligible for I believe it's 65 games that's required for an MVP award. I don't care about that. Can you get healthy? Can you make a run? Can you take down OKC in 7? That's it. That's all. Because I know the East it doesn't matter who comes from the East. Or Knicks could come from the East. It doesn't matter. They're getting waxed by anybody from the West. So it's really that Western Conference final where I'm focused on. And so if you told me Monday through that shock, I mean, Dover was on Twitter saying, like, we're seeing our basketball lives, like, flash before our eyes. Like the and again, heavy day yesterday, but like the mortality of everything. I always say on the air, there's a great impermanence to everything. Because there is. Like, one day we won't have Nikola Jokic. Mm-hmm. It'll be retired and there'll be a statue. And we'll be like, remember that, remember the Sombor Shuffle? And, like, we'll be telling kids and grandkids and all that kind of stuff about Nikola Jokic, about 15. So to have that kind of flash before our eyes, like, oh, wait, oh, boy, it was uncomfortable. It was nerve-wracking. But if you're telling me it's a month, I'm going to take it. I'm going to hope that when he comes back, he can, start right where he left off and this team can be rolling. And getting Christian back within a week, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong. Getting Aaron Gordon back again within about a week. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right on both those. Sooner rather than later on those two.
Help the Nuggets during this month without Joker. And I've also said it about Big Val, because Nichushkin is Nichushkin. Big Valanciunas is Big Val. He's a starter. He's a starting center. So you already have a starting center that's been your backup. This isn't any sort of like, oh, I got to turn to Mason Plumlee now. You know what I mean? This is a starting center, a legit player that you can turn to, in addition to other players that will now have more responsibility.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. They're going to need guys to step up because it's the old saying, Cease, you don't know what you have till it's gone.
Yeah.
And let me tell you,
sounds like a country song.
It does. This next month of Nuggets basketball is not going to be real enjoyable. Like, I'm just going to put it out there to folks. Jokic is going to put the V in valuable over the next month, and he's going to put the V in valuable because he's going to be on the bench. And they're going to play probably about 18 to 20 games without him. And no joke, in those 18 to 20 games, they may go 7-13, right? They may go 8-12.
What do you need them to go? Because I was thinking, okay, if you give me 20 games, let's just use 20.
Yeah, 20, nice round number.
What do you need them to go? Because I think they could go and this is super low ball, but 10-10. They can go 10-10 without Joker.
That feels highball to me, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
I'm on the record, Cease, that without Nikola Jokic, this team would win 25 to 30 games.
Okay.
We'd be talking about ping pong
with
balls
Payton
in the draft.
Watson being able to do a little bit more, with Christian and Aaron coming back, with Big Valanciunas is a starter. He's not Nikola Jokic. Nobody is. And with Jamal maybe going ham, we looking forward to that maybe a little bit here?
Maybe, but Jamal thrives off Jokic. He said it himself the other night. We do everything through Jokic.
Right.
Jamal's never had to be the guy. I mean, we got to go back to Kentucky when he had to be the guy.
Was he the guy in Kentucky?
He was a very good player.
He was the guy at
Turned
Kentucky.
himself into a top 10 draft pick.
Yeah.
But all that said, if they go 10-10, your number, sign me up.
And I think that might be low.
Sign me up.
I might be low on that. If the number is
we're just
20.
on different pages here, man.
Maybe
I
we
think
do a little coffee bet. I don't participate in the things that you participate in. Doesn't make me better. Doesn't make you better. It's just me and it's just you. But I will go a coffee bet with you, and we'll determine if it's 17 games instead of 20 games. But let's do that because I think a 500. Let's just use that because that's where I'm at.
Yep.
A 500 record without Nikola. I think that's very within striking distance for this Nuggets team.
Okay, I hope so. I mean, at this point, they've got to try to avoid the play-in.
You're thinking so right now. I see the look on your face. You're just like sucker bet,
because
bet.
I don't want to root against the Nuggets. I'm just telling you what I think's going to happen.
Right.
To be clear, I want to lose this bet.
But Jamal could go
right.
ham. That's the thing. Valanciunas, is he not a starter? I know he's not a starter this year, but is he not a starting caliber center?
He'd be a starter on about half the teams in the NBA.
Okay, well, now he's a starter.
He is.
It's, again, we've had the conversations. Who do you want? Hey, we got to start Boogie Cousins, everybody. Let's go down that list, right, of backup centers that have been here previously. Mason Plumlee. You don't have that. You have, and maybe it's just me, and I really like Valanciunas' game. It's more of my style of center, kind of the big body, more physical. Nikola is very graceful. He's more of not necessarily finesse because he's huge, but kind of the finesse player. I kind of like the low post presence that Valanciunas brings to the court. So I'm going to say a 500 record, and I think it's going to be above that.
All right, hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. We got Tribe Roll Call rolling in. This is why your and Dover listeners are the best. They are already flooding in. Steezy's driving around. He's slinging packages for UPS while listening to his boys.
Ups driver.
On the Fan. Matthew's checking in from Eaton. He's heading to Coach Boy's high school basketball practice for the day at Silver Creek High School in Longmont. We got Calvin the mechanic in Kentucky. He's fixing cars today.
Would you ever drive with your door open like UPS drivers do? I'll see those guys on the highway with the door open. Maybe they're not supposed to do that, but like, would you ever do that? Because I've driven with my doors off on my Jeep. Sick brag, bro, right? And I'm like, it's a weird feeling. Of course, I'm a motorcycle rider as well, so that's also that open air feeling. But would you ever like take the doors off your truck or your Jeep or whatever?
I like my doors. Make me feel nice and enclosed, nice and safe.
Nice and secure. Okay.
Yes. How about you?
I like letting it out there, man. And again, there's not a helmet law in Colorado, and everyone stays safe. And the numbers obviously show, like, when you wear a lid, your chances of surviving any sort of crash. I've been in 4 motorcycle wrecks, and I think I was wearing a lid on all 4. But anyway, like, I prefer to ride without a helmet because I love that open air feeling. Now, if I'm going someplace a little bit longer, then yeah, put a lid on. But like, no, give me that open air, baby. Give me that open door. If I was an ups driver, I'd look pretty good in those brown shorts, girl. And then I would also drive with my door open.
Well, good thing your ratings turned around, you know.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, thanks to the Tribe. Or else I'm out there in brown shorts showing off my stuff.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. It'd be a lot of fun.
No,
but you love being here.
You got it. You flaunt it. I told Dover, I said, there's a reason why I don't wear gray sweatpants. I can't. Eyes are up here, ladies. Eyes are up here.
A lot of people praying for you and thinking about you on the text line as well, Cecil. We appreciate all those. All right, keep them coming. But coming up next, who is the most responsible for this Broncos turnaround? We presented 4 options. We've got poll results, and we will deliver them on the other side.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. The Fed dropped rates for the 4th time. And if you're a homeowner, you should call American Financing today. You could be saving real money every month. High-interest debt is crushing budgets across the country, but homeowners who act now are using their equity to wipe it out. American Financing customers are saving an average of $800 a month, with some getting rates in the low 5s. A massive difference compared to credit cards charging 20% or more. Speak with a salary-based mortgage consultant and find out exactly what you qualify for. There are never any upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Move quickly, and you could even delay 2 mortgage payments, putting cash in your pocket immediately, giving you back some of that money you spent during the holidays. Call American Financing today. The sooner you act, the quicker you can save. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
This holiday season, don't drink and drive. But if you are in an accident, you're in luck. Flanagan Law, where strength meets compassion. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Toyotathon is on at Corwin Toyota. Save big when you lease a new 2025 Tacoma SR5 for just $369 down and $369 a month, or drive off in a new 2025 RAV4 XLE for as little as $399 down and $399 a month. Unwrap your holiday savings during the Toyotathon sales event. Visit us off Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Most resolutions fade by February, but a better metabolism, that sticks. And that's what SodaWeightLoss.com does for you. Soda retrains your body to burn fat efficiently. No drugs, no injections, no gimmicks, just real food, real coaches, and real results. Lose 60 pounds, that's what I did in just a couple of months. Naturally with Soda Weight Loss. That's SOTA weightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions.
Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T2.
The testosterone booster?
Yeah, but it's way more than that now. It also skyrockets your nitric oxide in as little as 3 hours. I started taking it right away, and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with T2, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text CAR to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of new Nugenix Total T2. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's CAR to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. Product not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Alrighty, so many of you checking in on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. People are saying, don't know what you got till it's gone is a Cinderella song.
That's right,
Cecil.
Cinderella. Kevin Seifert, I believe, was his lead singer's name. Anyway, yeah, there you go. We'll go down. I'm nobody's fool, right? Long, cold winter without your love. Don't know what you got till it's gone. I name them all. I got them all, baby.
There you go.
Heartbreak Station. I'm here.
Turtle is making steam again for CU Hospital. I don't know what making steam means.
Don't know.
But I love
sounds
it.
Cool.
I mean, I think you're powering the place up, right? If you're making steam, keeping everyone safe, keeping the power on in there. What's up, Tribe? Heartbroken that I'm taking my son to his first Nuggets game next week against Milwaukee, and almost all our guys won't be able to suit up. That's Chris from FOCO. She's looking for recommendations on how his boy might be able to get an autograph.
Yeah, autograph recommendations. I know there's always like pregame some stuff down by the court.
I would just get there really early would be my advice.
Right, yeah, and maybe, stand by the tunnel if you can, something like that. Maybe there's an opportunity. And then see what you can do there. I know that they do a lot of that stuff for the kids. It's when I got John Stark's towel years ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then I one day threw it away. I've told the story before. I'll tell it briefly. It was in my toolbox when I worked at the machine shop, and somebody was going to use it. I was like, no, it's John Stark's towel. And they're like, who's John Starks? Like the guy that misses threes all the time for the Knicks? And then one day I was just like, why am I keeping it didn't have a Knicks logo. It was just a plain white towel. But I knew it was John Stark's sweat on there, and I just ended up throwing it away.
Yeah. If you had taken that to like a pawn shop, like have you ever seen Pawn Stars? Like,
best I can do is 50 cents.
Yeah, I need some authentication. I need some proof. You would have gone in and been like, they would have been like, dude, it's a towel. I have no proof that this is John Stark's
but
towel.
Seriously, it's his sweat.
Right. Have you heard of Mike Ricci, Avalanche guy, late 90s, early 2000s, real goofy guy. My dad took us to try to go get autographs one day. They were over at the old South Suburban Rec Center. And, it was back when you would wait for the players kind of outside the rink.
Okay.
And here comes Mike Ricci coming out, and, I'm like 7 years old. I don't know. My dad's like, that's Mike Ricci. Go get his autograph. And we, 10 of us kids go sprinting over there, and he goes, look, kids, it's Joe Sakic, and points and straight up sprints to his car and drives away. And all the kids are like, wait, where's Joe Sakic? There was no Joe Sakic. He just, look, kids, it's Joe Sakic.
Oh, my God. Give me the okey doke.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Which, now that, I don't know Mike at all because I've covered the Avs long since he retired, but that just seems very on brand for Mike Ricci.
Okay.
He wasn't mean-spirited. He was just, look, kids, there's Joe Sakic, and he just got his car and drove off. So we put out this poll on social media after clinching the AFC West, who is most responsible for turning around the Broncos. I've got final results for you. We got 4 options. We've got the owner, Greg Penner, the GM, George Payton, the QB, Bo Nix, and the head coach, Sean Payton.
Okay.
Who do you think won this poll, and who would be your vote, my friend?
Now, who won the poll? Who won the poll? Bo Nix?
Bo Nix came in 3rd in the poll.
Okay.
With 9% of the vote.
That's it?
Only 9% of the vote, but that was still good enough for 3rd.
I would say him or Sean. That was going to be my guess, but I went with Bo because, quarterback, maybe a little bit more popular than Sean Payton, but I guess not, huh?
Sean Payton, an overwhelming first-place finisher, 57% of this poll says he is the most responsible for turning around the Denver Broncos.
Okay, may I disagree? May I phone a friend?
Of course.
Myself? It's Greg Penner. The answer is Greg Penner. Greg Penner is the reason why this thing turned around, and Andrew Mason told the story that Penner has said to Mace of like, hey, if we just go back to the playoffs and lose again, that's not progress. That's not seen as success. And I've told, because I've heard the morning show talk about it, and Sean Payton, he's got this golden parachute or whatever. I said, no. Sean Payton does not operate without pressure. Sean Payton does not operate with some sort of like, he can do whatever he wants and he's never going to get fired. Sean Payton does not operate in a world where it's just free and easy for him. Sean Payton operates in a world where the guy, the richest owner in football and all sports, he has immense pressure on Sean. Now, it's not like public, like, man, look at this guy, huh? We better win. It's not public pressure, but behind the scenes, there is that pressure of like, you're going to win, Sean. What do you need, Sean? Okay, I got it for you. I mean, we pay $83 million to Russ for him to go away. You need that? Okay, I did it. Now, you win. Where's my stuff, right? It's kind of ROI, and that's the way a businessman would look at this situation like Greg Penner. Am I getting my return on my investment? Sean Payton understands he's got to perform. So I actually think the answer should have been Greg Penner.
Well, Greg Penner did come in second with 28% of the respondents picking him.
Yeah.
So 57% Sean Payton, 28% Greg Penner, 9% Bo Nix, 8% GM George Payton in this poll.
Yeah.
Kevin put together a great timeline for us of how the Broncos got here. So George Payton kept Vic Fangio before firing him for Nathaniel Hackett. He drafts PS2, Quinn Miners, Jonathan Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
He hires Hackett and trades for Russell Wilson and pays him. Then the team gets sold kind of right when they were paying Russell Wilson. Because remember, there was that controversy of like, well, they've only owned the team for a month, and they're supposed to write this $250 million check
and there
or whatever.
was, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. If I am, I'll know I am. But there was that pressure from Mark Rodgers of like, hey, they promised my guy a new deal when they made this trade. You're going to honor it, right, Greg?
Yep.
And then what's Penner going to do as a new owner? Be like, nah, and then get that reputation of like, well, they promised Russ a new deal and then they didn't get it to him. So he gave him the new deal based on the pressure, kind of like a handshake thing that was done when the trade happened, when Greg wasn't the owner.
He didn't want to look, quote unquote, cheap in his very first move.
Sure, right.
When we all know Greg Penner is the exact opposite of cheap.
Exactly.
He spent money at every single turn,
yes,
including putting $500,000 fields in meaningless games.
How many times does he do that?
He does it every year now, at least once a year.
Yeah.
Remember, he paid $100,000 so the School of Mines could go watch their team in the national title. Like, this guy spends money. He's a great owner. So then the team gets sold. George Payton drafts Benito, Awazarike, Turner Yell, Wattenberg. They fire Hackett and trade for Sean Payton. Sean brings back Vance Joseph. You have that big class with Zach Allen, Mike McGlinchey, Ben Powers. You draft Marvin Mims, Drew Sanders, Riley Moss, J.L. Skinner. You trade for some Saints with Lutz and Wattman. And then it gets really fun. Because you have the 70-point disaster in Miami. but Sean still keeps VJ, which was obviously a great decision. And then they get rid of Russ, and they trade for like the John Franklin Myers. And then the big one, they draft Bo Nix, and then ultimately follow that up with a class this year that has had some nice producers in RJ Harvey and Pat Bryant, as well as Jade Barron. And here we are. They're 13-3. So your vote would be Greg Penner, because we could only pick one most responsible for this turnaround.
1,000%.
My vote would be with the people, Sean Payton. I think he has totally and utterly and completely changed the culture. Now, Greg's a big reason that culture has changed.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, Greg's not drawing up plays. Greg's not giving rah-rah speeches in the locker room all the time.
Right.
I think the head coach, and this is not me discounting Mr. Penner, I just think the head coach, this team has his fingerprints written all over it. Because if you had just an average NFL head coach, they played 16 games, they'd be 8-8. But Sean is the bump that has allowed them to learn how to win and win these close games.
I would say the spark and not the bump necessarily, but it's a family show. And I would say this, because you brought up something I was going to go back at you, and we'll come back to this a little bit later on. George Payton hasn't exactly given him the best roster. They have 13 wins, something I said, something you said, something
Correct.
Kev said.
Yep.
We need to have a big old sip of tea today like Kermit in that window, right? But
we could be wrong. They may win 14.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
I'd love to be wrong
I'd love
about
to be
that.
wrong.
But here's the thing. Are they a 13-win roster? Probably not. That's where Sean Payton comes in.
That's
Getting
where
about
coaching
13.
matters.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, George Payton's made a lot of mistakes. Those have been well documented. He's also made some really nice moves, too.
Sure, right.
But he would be fourth in my voting in this poll. I think
If
the
you were to
voters got
rank
it right.
GMs in the league, he'd easily be top 10. He's easily top 10, in my opinion.
Okay. But would he still be fourth in this poll for you? Because he finished fourth.
Yeah.
You would go Greg, Bo, Sean, George?
Mm-hmm.
I would go Sean, Greg,
Bo George. Okay. Yeah.
Same as the honors. All right. Pro Football Focus. You might love them. You might hate them, but you've definitely heard of them. They've got a new simulation out, and the Denver Broncos are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. We'll give you details next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be simple, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment. But then comes the part every investor dreads, getting a loan. You know what happens next. You hand over your tax returns loaded with write-offs and smart CPA magic, but the bank looks at you like, oh, you're one of those people. Traditional lenders don't get you, but we do. At Cake, we specialize in DSCR loans. DSCR means debt service coverage ratio. Simply said, if rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded and you won't need to explain yourself to a loan officer who's never filed a Schedule C. Start building your real estate legacy today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE right now. Or visit CakeHome.com to learn why life's better with Cake.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, it's Will Peterson hanging out for Josh Dover with my guy Cecil Lammy today. Fun conversation about who's the most responsible for the Broncos turnaround. Tons of texts coming in. We got Andy chiming in. He says, Happy New Year's Eve. New member of the tribe here. I know Cecil and Dover always welcoming new members. Listen to you guys every day as I work through my way in the fueling industry. Go Broncos and God bless Bo Nix. P.S. I also have a wiener dog named Bruce.
Yeah, Dover does like to talk about his wiener dogs, so, you know, we appreciate all wiener dogs out there.
Yeah, and named Bruce.
I know.
What's Dover's dog's name? Isn't
Bruce.
it Bruce?
Yeah, it's
That's
Bruce.
what I thought.
Little Brucey.
Hope you didn't.
He spent more on Christmas on Bruce than he did on himself.
What about his lady?
His lady. I think she spent on both. Maybe she spent more on Bruce. I don't know.
Well, shout out, Andy. Appreciate you chiming in. So many others. I promise we read all of them. Can't get to all of them, but we read all of them. All right, so Pro Football Focus. Cease. Do you love them or do you hate them?
Well, the thing is, and I understand, and Dover always is like, they're a bunch of nerds and pocket protectors. Actually, they're former NFL players and even some current NFL coaches used to work for Pro Football Focus. I've got some buddies that work there. I'm okay with them. I don't take them as gospel, but I also don't. I know Stink just hates them, and Dover doesn't really like them either. I'm like, okay, I appreciate advanced numbers. I appreciate analytics, but when they don't know the play, that's the ultimate sin. When you don't know the blocking assignment, mainly for like offensive line grades. But I, appreciate what they do. And I just don't think it's like the be-all, end-all, but it's an interesting way to look at things.
Yeah, and Philip Lindsay's talked about it. Other former players have talked about it. There are clubs in the NFL that make contract decisions based on Pro Football Focus. Mm-hmm. It can earn you millions of dollars. Yeah. It can cost you millions of dollars.
And agents will promote like, hey, my guy was ranked the number 2 corner and blah, blah, blah for football. And teams may not like it, but they all subscribe and they all listen.
So they came out with their latest playoff simulations late yesterday for this season. And believe it or not, the Denver Broncos are in the pole position. Bo Nix and company win the Super Bowl in a league best 17% of Pro Football Focus simulations. Think about that. 17% of the time they simulated this bad boy out the rest of the way. They've got the Broncos hoisting Lombardi. It is the number 1 in the NFL. Listen, I'm with you. I don't think this is the end-all, be-all,
But if the computers want to be on my side, I'll take them on my side.
Yeah.
I'll take a 17% chance to have a parade. I absolutely will.
Yeah, and our parade gauge, which we did, I believe, on Monday, obviously before the Joker injury, it's like, did the Broncos overtake the Avs in parade gauge? No, I don't think so. I think we all expect the Avs to hoist Lord Stanley's Cup. They're going to have a ton of pressure, though, as a team that has gotten past the second round once with Nathan McKinnon, and when they did that, they won it all. They need to do it again. The Broncos are kind of a little bit playing with house money. I don't like kick the can people, and I don't like they're a year ahead. Who's a year ahead? It ain't 2026 yet, girl. So I think the Broncos are right where they're supposed to be because this is where they're at, right? So in parade gauge, where are the Nuggets? They're third. Broncos are second. Avs are first, but the Broncos closing that gap. Not the wagon that the Avs are. Not undefeatable, indestructible. But they're getting up there.
Yeah, and it's just crazy when PFF has them as the best chance to win the Super Bowl. I mean, that's kind of a pinch yourself moment that we are sitting here on New Year's Eve and our football team has the best chance to win the Super Bowl in the whole league. I mean, if I had told you that 6 months ago, you might have believed it. A lot of people wouldn't have. You were in on this team from the jump. You were talking about the Super Bowl from the jump. We did, all three of us working here today, me, you, and Kev, pick 13 wins, but even still, even the most optimistic of Broncos fans, that's a jarring sentence. Guys, It's New Year's Eve, and you're the favorite to win the Super Bowl, according to PFF. Let me hit you with some of these others. So the second favorite, who do you think they have as number 2 in the NFL to win the Super Bowl?
Can
Not
I
just
cheat?
the AFC.
Is it AFC or NFC? It's both, right?
It's
not just
everyone.
AFC. Okay, it's everyone.
So it's do you want a hint?
Number 2, I would say, oh God, it can't be the Rams, can it? I don't think it's the Rams. And I don't think it's Seattle. Is it Jacksonville?
No, Jackson.
New England. It's New England Patriots. And Drake.
It's not.
Really?
You should have
I've
stuck
named
with
everybody.
You should have stuck with your guts. The Seattle Seahawks have the second best chance of winning the Super Bowl.
With Sam Darnold?
At 13.9%.
Oh, my God. Wait, does Pro Football Focus know that Sam Darnold plays quarterback?
Yeah, but they also may get 2 home games, and that's a nice path to Santa Clara.
Okay, you can make that guy see ghosts. He jumps at the Jack in the Box, right? Sam Darnold's is a scaredy cat. You just make him see ghosts and he crumbles. So good luck with that, Seattle. Awesome.
So they are 13.9% to win the whole thing. The Rams are third at 12.3%.
Okay.
And then the 49ers are fourth at 9%.
Wow.
So think about that. It goes Broncos, NFC West, NFC West, NFC West.
Wow. And nobody, New England's everybody, they're so hot right now. Everyone can't stop talking about Drake May. Get Drake May in the Mile High City, please, to play the Broncos defense. I want to see that. I want that smoke. Bring it all day. So Jacksonville, super hot Jacksonville, kick the Broncos' ass. Jacksonville is not in the top 4? Wow.
They are not. And in fact, your Patriots and Jaguars are 7th and 8th on this list.
Whoa.
2 AFC teams in front of them. The Bills at an 8.7% chance.
Okay.
Actually, the second highest ranked AFC team is the Bills, but think about that. They have half the percentage chance of the Broncos. They're at 8-7, Broncos at 17.
Right.
And they've got the Houston Texans at an 8.5% chance to win the Super Bowl, the Patriots at 7.4%, and the Jaguars at 6.3%.
Wow. Okay. Well, if there was any year for Buffalo to do it, it would be this year because Kansas City's not going to be in their way. But Buffalo, I feel like, in a similar vein to Detroit, although I think Buffalo's been a little bit more annoying with it of it's our year, it's our year, it's our year, and they don't win anything. Don't even get to the Super Bowl. It was like that with the Lions. Of course, the Lions are now just done. Okay, Buffalo, put up or shut up time, but you're going to have to come to Denver to do it. And I want revenge against Buffalo. Somehow I want 3 playoff games. I'm not going to get it, but I want revenge against Buffalo. I want revenge against Jacksonville, and I want to see Drake May against this Broncos defense. I've appreciated Drake May as my number 3 quarterback that year. Bo Nix was number 4. Kev put me on the list because Bo Nix wasn't number 1. Bo Nix wasn't number 1. He wasn't the number 1 quarterback in that class. Now, what are they doing today? So I have a lot of people, I'm not speaking for you, but I'll put Dover on the spot because even Dover's admitted to this. He didn't think Drake May was any good. And I'm like, listen, Drake May's good. He just plays hero ball. I want to see that against Denver's defense, against those sack masters out there like Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper running them down. So let's see what Drake May could do. So I want Drake May somehow to play the Broncos, but I also want revenge against Buffalo, revenge against Jacksonville. I'm not going to get it all if they're the number 1 seed.
Yeah, true. If they're the 1 seed, we'll only get 2 home games on the road to the Super Bowl, and we're hoping for that. We'll get more into that as the show goes on, and what a gift Jim Harbaugh gave them by resting Justin Herbert. I want Cecil's thoughts on Trey Lance. But they also have in this Pro Football Focus simulation the Broncos with a 30% chance to go to the Super Bowl. By far the overwhelming favorite to win the AFC. 30% to go, 17% to win it. I found this curious too. There are a couple teams under a 1% chance to win the Super Bowl. Under a 1% chance. The Green Bay Packers at only a 0.9% chance, and the LA Chargers only a 0.6% chance to win the whole thing. That seemed low to me for both those teams. I mean, we're talking about probably the 2-7 seeds.
Yeah.
Right? So you'd have to win 3 road playoff games. But gosh, the Packers and the Chargers, I mean, a month ago, that was a trendy Super Bowl matchup pick.
Right.
And now they have them both at less than a percentage to get to the big game.
That's really low for Green Bay, in my opinion. It's low for the Chargers, too, but I'm like, the Chargers choke.
Chargers going to Charger.
Yeah, and my old saying is you end up in the direction you're going. Guess which way the Chargers are going? To Choketown. Ouchtown, population you, bro. That's what the Chargers do. So I can't take the Chargers seriously. And I'm not talking about this game. I'm just talking about like, oh, the Chargers, they're Super Bowl, burr, burr, burr. Like, Chargers, they choke. Until they don't choke, I'm not going to say that, oh, they'll be right there, guys. Like, no.
And how many playoff games has Justin Herbert won in his career?
I think it's 0.
I think it's a big old goose egg.
Yeah.
Had that ultimate choke in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Played Houston last year and just got his tail kicked in.
Right.
When the lights are the brightest, the guy hasn't shined. Maybe that's part of the reason Harbaugh's giving him the day off. Also, I have a quick theory on that. Everyone's like, well, the Chargers should go for the 5 seed so they get the AFC North winner. You know why he doesn't want that? He doesn't want to play his brother in the first round. I'm dead serious. All these people are like, why is he doing this? Because think about it. Pittsburgh's going to choke that division. Baltimore's going to win it. He would much rather go to New England or Jacksonville than have to deal with the whole he's playing his brother thing. I actually think that probably went into why he's resting his starters on Sunday.
And Aaron Rodgers is just not good. And, well, hell, Mike Tomlin's just happy. He's over 500, everybody. And it'd be easy to beat Baltimore because if the reports are true, and I've nosed around enough to feel pretty good about it, Lamar Jackson playing video games all the time. Dude, come on, grow up. And I'm a video game guy, but if that's the reason why, like, he's falling short, they changed their practice time for Lamar.
For his Xbox schedule? He got Kyler Murray on line 1. He's like, how do you pull this off, dude?
Come on. Like, Call of Duty's fun, but being an NFL quarterback and being a champion is better. So Baltimore's not serious about winning if Lamar's doing what Lamar's doing. Pittsburgh's been a fraud since day one with this Aaron Rodgers thing. So just get these unserious teams, get them out of the way.
But that's why being the 5 seed is tempting because you get to play Pittsburgh or Baltimore.
Jacksonville is serious. The Broncos are serious, and the Patriots think they're serious. They're cute. Let's see what they look like when they face a real team.
All right. Well, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. Again, we'll have a dedicated conversation about Trey Lance coming up. I want to know why this guy is looking like such a bust in Cecil's opinion and why he couldn't make it work with Kyle Shanahan. Because if you can't make it work with Kyle Shanahan, you're probably destined to hold a clipboard. But coming up next, let's go inside the internet. We've got some Avalanche news that has come down in the last half hour. There are some snubs for the Olympic roster that people are not real happy about, and we will deliver them on the other side.
Will the Broncos end their stellar regular season with a divisional win before the playoffs? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show. Live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Her face lights up whenever you're around.
That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other.
At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters. Life.
Like people, no 2 diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other,
give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Soon, if not already, businesses throughout the world will draft their mission statements.
These complicated documents, filled with legal jargon and mysterious words, define corporate goals and objectives. We do that, but ours is different. This is Glenn Jameron, president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Our mission boils down to 2 simple words. If we dedicate ourselves to these 2 words, everything else will follow. What are they? Be kind. The English language contains hundreds of thousands of words, but at Alpine Bank, 2 are all we need. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, Dover and Cisco inside the Internet every single day at 10:45. It's Will Peterson hanging out for Josh Dover. Happy New Year's Eve. Go ahead and text in some resolutions. Not for you personally. We're rooting for your resolutions, don't get us wrong, but maybe some Denver sports resolutions. See, you like that? What are the resolutions for our teams in 2026? 303-713-1043.
Resolutions for our teams this year in 2026 will include 3 parades. Can we do that?
I love it.
3 parades.
Can you imagine if we're down there in February and then literally twice in a week in June?
Mm-hmm.
My resolution is to not be so hard on Riley Moss. Very hard on Riley Moss.
Yes.
I was telling you off air, I'll tell people on air, he's a good football player. He actually is. He just makes mistakes that are very loud and very costly.
At the very wrong time. The
Exactly.
timing of his mistakes. I would ask you this, I'm very curious. This isn't radio. It's Ass Crack and Ballsack, AM and the AM. Why do you live tweet during games?
It's a
because you'll tweet about
it's a
Moss,
coping
and then he'll have
mechanism.
like a pick later on, and it's like, okay, in the moment you were upset, but at the end of the game, I'm not saying you end up like on awful announcing like James does, but
that's old takes exposed.
Yeah, old takes exposed. So you don't end up like James does there with his Sean Payton's going to be in the booth in 2025 and whatever's Russell Wilson. But like, why do you? I stopped live tweeting, and it's been such a relief for my mental health because in the moment I'm as pissed as you are.
Yeah.
I just don't publicly say it because I know the football game is long and a bad play can be turned around. And it's like, hey, in Dumb and Dumber, when you trade in the moped for the shag and wagon for the moped and totally redeem yourself. Like, that's Riley Moss. Riley Moss is essentially, what's the dude's name? Lloyd Christmas. Riley Moss is Lloyd Christmas. So let him redeem himself, man. Samsonite. Oh, I knew it was started with an S. Like, yes, Riley Moss is Lloyd Christmas. So
Yeah.
let him be Lloyd Christmas, baby.
He's got a better haircut than Lloyd Christmas, but yes. He's
I wish
very
he'd bring
Lloyd
the long
Christmas.
hair back. I'm a fan of the long hair, obviously, but he cut his hair, and I think he lost a little bit of his mojo.
To answer your question, I live tweet because it's like therapeutic. Like I think something, I want to get it off my chest and blast it out there.
Okay.
But you're
In
right.
an echo chamber?
It can blow up in your it can blow up in your face. Hey, I was owed that after my comment to you about 40 minutes ago. It can blow up in your face for sure. But I do find it funny when the Broncos are down 26-8 to the Giants. 5 minutes to go, I tweet, well, this thing's over. And then an hour later, everyone's dunking on me. It's like I wasn't the only person that thought it was over. Everyone thought it was over.
Right.
I'm actually really glad they won and had this unbelievable, crazy, insane comeback. But it's not the flex people think it is because they don't know how Twitter works. Twitter is your thought in real time with an understanding that things can change an hour from now. And that's why you are smart, my friend, to just stay off the old Twitter machine. Other than your GIFs, you always want a GIF. I like that.
Yeah. That's kind of what's my mood, right? And it's something simple to put it out there for the people, but live tweeting in games, you're courageous. I give you that.
But I'm not the only one who does. I mean,
No.
Zach Bye, Philip Lindsay,
Everybody does
Dover,
it, and then
James, Jay, like everyone live tweets
Everybody
games.
does the whole like Schefter will report something and then they'll report the same thing. First by Adam Schefter or whatever, like, which I think is stupid. Nobody cares about first now.
The sources confirm or whatever.
Right. But it's like, if I'm following Adam Schefter, I probably already know that. So thank you, local reporter, for telling me something I already know.
Okay. That's
First by Adam Schefter.
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation.
Oh,
let's
that's a different
do
game.
Inside the Internet with this Avs news that just dropped here in the last hour or so. So we already knew that Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar were going to the Olympics. They were two of the first ones named for Team Canada. But there's some good and bad news, and I'm curious your thoughts on this. The good news is that Devon Toews will join them. Officially, a big congratulations to Devon Toews. He'll get a shot at a gold medal. He is on Team Canada. The bad news, and it depends on how you look at this, I get it, but personally, I'm sure these guys are bummed. The bad news is both Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood have been snubbed for being goaltenders on Team Canada, arguably the best goaltending duo in the league. The Avalanche are having a historic season. Neither one will represent, and this is going to bother people, Jordan Binnington, our old enemy who's on a terrible St. Louis Blues team, has made the Team Canada roster.
Yeah.
And this guy we like, but it's still interesting because it's a name fans will know, Darcy Kemper, who won a cup with the Avalanche as the goaltender, has made Team Canada. Your reaction to either Toews getting in or what is being perceived, and I would agree, as the snubs of Wedgwood and Blackwood.
Well, Mel asks in the YouTube chat, will there be a little extra fire from the Lumberyard when we host Doug Armstrong's Blues at Ball Arena tonight? Yeah, if Wedgwood and Blackwood aren't in the Olympics, you know what I say to that? Good. Why? Don't need that extra time. Don't need that extra wear and tear on the body, mental wear and tear, the partying that you'll do during the Olympics. Like, don't need any of that. So the fewer Avs, we know that McKinnon and Makar are going to be in there, obviously. But the fewer Avs that are in the Olympics, great. Because during Four Nations last year, everybody went balls to the wall. Yeah. Everybody. And like, okay, these guys aren't going to take it easy. This isn't an NBA All-Star game where it's like, they're not going to play defense, do some jumpers, couple of dunks, alley-oops, whatever. Nobody's really going to get hurt. When's the last time anyone really got hurt in an NBA All-Star game?
I can't think of one off the
Kev,
top of my
if you could
head.
look that up, I don't know if it exists, right? Because they just don't play defense, certainly not like they did back in the day. So as far as the Olympics go, I know hockey players are never going to take it easy, and I don't want that extra wear and tear, basically for nothing. Your national pride. Okay, God. Yeah, all right.
But what about it's their one chance to perhaps get a gold medal? Because this is the first time in a long time the NHL is letting these guys play in the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
I actually tend to be with you of like the Avs are in the middle of a historic season. The less wear and tear, the better. But personally, I do feel for these guys. I know they want a cup, and they want a cup the most.
Yeah.
But if you're Mackenzie Blackwood or Scott Wedgwood, this was probably the only chance in your career to get a gold medal, and that has now been denied from you.
You'll be all right. Sorry. What is your true goal, right? And I
Win
was
the
talking
cup.
about
Win the
aim
cup.
high, aim high, get high. Don't at me, bro. But like the goal is the cup. If you have a personal goal in the Olympics, it's like in football. If Bo Nix wants 5,000 yards passing, that's whatever. Like, did you win the Super Bowl? You get your 5,000 along the way. That's awesome. But if you don't, who cares? Because you got to win it all. So if the goal is the cup, make the goal the goal. And as far as the personal stuff, it sounds mean. It is mean. But I don't care because I don't care about the Olympics.
You know what, Stewie? If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
All right, you got one for me real quick here?
Yeah, real quick for you. Inside the internet, there is a Coldplay Kiss cam that lives on.
Oh.
Because everyone's doing year-end stuff. We're doing New Year's resolutions. We're doing some year-end, like rewinding on the year that was. Kev could probably pull up a bunch of old clips of us saying stuff that maybe we wouldn't be happy about us saying, but like I think that would be fun as well. But the Kiss Cam couple, the Coldplay Kiss Cam.
Oh, the infamous one, yep.
They're making a round again on the internet, and somebody said, the internet refuses to let this couple live in peace. They're basically in the MCU now.
Wow. Are they still a couple?
I have
Wasn't
no
it
idea.
like the boss
I have
and
no
the
idea, but if you
HR
go
rep?
back to just this year, 2025, what's one of the most memorable like pop culture moments?
Oh, the Coldplay Kiss Cam.
Is the Coldplay Kiss Cam. It's like, what was it, the year previous? Like, that blankety blanker is not real. Like, that was, I think that was 2024 with whatever name is. She's
with the woman on the plane, yes.
She's smoking. She's crazy. She's perfect. Because she's smoking and crazy, which is
Cecil
kind of
likes some smoking
and crazy. Or Latina baddies will take that too. But like either way, it's one of the biggest moments of this last year. And yeah, at the end of the year, if you do something like that, well, guess what? People are going to remember. People, what do they say in Superbad? People don't forget.
It's soccer, Greg. It's soccer. Yes, iconic scene in Superbad. All right, has Sean Payton been right all along? He certainly looks that way. We'll dive into why the Broncos head coach has been vindicated next.
Denver and Los Angeles are squaring off for their final game of the regular season. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting 4 hours before kickoff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health. With the right equipment, you can train like a pro. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. The holidays will be here before you know it, and for many families, that means excitement, but also stress. Between gifts, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to my friends at American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out if you qualify. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000 or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
The West isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And this January 10th through the 25th, the National Western Stock Show presented by Common Spirit Health brings the heart of the West to Denver. So saddle up for 16 days of rodeo action, family fun, and championship livestock. This is where tradition meets excitement. This is who we are. We are the West. Tickets available at nationalwestern.com.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Paul's and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
1 hour in the books, just like that. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy. Happy New Year's Eve to you. Tons of texts come in, resolutions for 2026 for our Denver sports teams. Jeff in Dallas says, my resolution is to start listening to you guys more. This is the first time I've tuned into the show. Been a Broncos fan since Craig Morton.
Whoa. Nice.
Shout out, Jeff. Welcome to the tribe, my friend.
It's funny that Tom Landry at one point did not know. Think about this. Tom Landry did not know who should be quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, so he started both Roger Staubach and Craig Morton. And they rotated, I believe at times plays, but at least rotated series. So that happened here in Denver a little bit with Tommy Maddox, Sean Moore, with Dan Reeves, who was there during the Craig Morton days. But, like, Craig Morton inspires a lot of memories. Super Bowl 12, Broncos, the 77 run, the Orange Crush defense, and I don't know about you, but I kind of don't like that they're the Orange Rush defense. Who was it the other day on the Broncos game? It was like a couple weeks ago. It might have been the Packers game.
It was Nance,
like,
yeah.
Orange Rush, Orange Rush, Orange Rush. Oh, God, for the love of God, dude. Stop trying to make fetch a thing. It's Orange Rush. It was the Orange Crush, and I don't think this is the Orange Rush. Give them a different nickname. It's like saying no-fly zone, no-fly zone. They're not the no-fly zone. Give him a different nickname.
I'm going full Gretchen Wieners on us. Quit trying to make fetch a thing. You're about 6 for 6 on your movie references so far
I am
today.
a big fan of,
up.
I'm a big fan of Tina Fey.
Oh, Mean Girls is excellent. Yeah.
I think that was her first movie that she ever wrote.
Okay.
But so if it's a Tina Fey movie, I'll watch it.
And Tim Meadows is in that.
Yes.
He's quite funny.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, who doesn't like Lindsay Lohan before Deep End Lindsay Lohan? I think that was her last movie.
I like both Lindsay Lohans.
You just said you like them smoking and crazy.
Yeah, well, check and check.
And Rachel McAdams is obviously
right.
You know what's funny is out of all that, Rachel McAdams is probably the most famous from that. Like Tina Fey is very famous, but Rachel McAdams is like famous.
Right.
And she was Regina George, so you got to check out her mom's. You know what? All right, coming up with Sean Payton.
Okay,
he is right. I think he's just right. And has he been right all along, Cecil Lammey? Because he handpicked his quarterback. He told us he was going to do that. He picked Bo Nix. He brought in free agents. And, yeah, he's paid a lot of the current Broncos, but he brought in guys from cheap. You know, people are saying, oh, he just wanted his New Orleans guys. Well, you know, Adam Troutman's filled a role. He's worked out. Will Lutz has filled a role. He's worked out. And guys specifically that knew his offense. He picked Vance Joseph, and then he stuck with him after the disaster in Miami. And then most famously, or infamously, I guess at this point famously, he declared this a Super Bowl roster over the summer to Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports. So I will just present you that question. Has Sean Payton been right all along about these Broncos?
Well, and the answer is, why was he right? I mean, he's obviously right. They're a Super Bowl contender. You could say they're the best Super Bowl contender. Pro Football Focus has them with the best odds to win the Super Bowl. So how has Sean Payton been right? It's that belief. I won't get too crunchy, although I'm at any moment's notice capable of getting crunchy at all the time. But it's that ultimate belief in what you can do and the team around you and your quarterback. This doesn't happen without Bo Nix. It's Sean Payton calling his shot, but it's Sean Payton calling his shot because he knows Bo. When he's had 7 teams that he felt could be Super Bowl winners, and this is the first one he's had with the Denver Broncos, why? Well, I believe it's because of Bo Nix. I believe it's because of the steps and the progress that Bo Nix has made within Sean Payton's system. And remember early on in the season, and this team at one point was 1-2. We'll all forget that. But at one point, when Sean and Bo didn't seem to be quite on the same page, I think Sean himself has done a good job of okay, Bo, work on your feet. Bo's done that, and he's been outstanding in the footwork department. But Sean himself has kind of gone to more of Bo's side. Sean is pretty arrogant. No, not talking out of turn here. He's very arrogant, hard to work with, hard to deal with at times. It's his way or the highway, kind of. He's worked together with Bo to make this thing magic, and I really credit Sean Payton for that because he's put his ego to the side, and he's like, hey, Bo, how can we work better together? Early in the season, that was Sean's ego. Bo, do this, and Bo didn't do that, or didn't like doing it, or couldn't do it, or whatever that answer is. So he's really come together to find the best combination with Bo. But why was he right? He was clearly right. Why is more fascinating, and I believe the why is Bo Nix.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting perspective for sure. And I think, too, that, you know, Sean, you called him arrogant. He can be, for sure. But if you're going to be arrogant, you got to back it up. And this dude has backed it up in a big way. That's what makes me such a fan of Sean Payton. And as a Broncos fan, I like my coach to have swagger and cockiness and arrogance if he can deliver the results. And that's what he did. You know, you had a guy like Nathaniel Hackett in here who was, in retrospect, kind of a bumbling boob. I mean, he was starstruck. he was starstruck by Russell Wilson's wife. Like, it was
awkward.
It was inappropriate.
Don't get that way about another man's wife.
Yeah, it was
Sierra, everybody. Woo!
And it was just like, yeah, that dude didn't have the leadership to be a Super Bowl winning coach. In fact, he had the leadership to be one of the worst head coaches in NFL history. You know, people always say Josh McDaniels, worst head coach of the Broncos. I think Nathaniel Hackett passed him. I think Hackett's the worst head coach in the history of this franchise. And for Sean, it's like, yeah, he talked the talk. And remember what he did on draft night? Oh, I baited the Vikings into taking J.J. McCarthy, and I wanted Bo Nix. Like, dude, you can be arrogant if you back it up, and that's what Sean is. And I think as a Broncos fan, we had been desperately missing that swagger, honestly, since Peyton Manning and Gary Kubiak and the Super Bowl 50 defense walked out the door.
I got to spend some time yesterday with my cousin's husband, JD. So shout out JD, proud tribe member. And he basically said the adults are in charge. Well, isn't that what you'd call if we're going from Hackett to Sean Payton? It's like the adults are in charge. And how do we know that? Because they have 13 wins. They're probably going to get 14. Probably going to be the number one seed in the AFC. That's from Sean Payton. This is not a 14-win roster, but Sean Payton's coached him there.
And here was Sean on how confident he is in the team winning the Super Bowl after he said it earlier this year.
It was in a question relative to what I saw early on from this team. And I've coached a number of teams that I had a tremendous amount of confidence in. And I thought it was important that these guys understood, like, that topic can be comfortable to talk about and it's okay to talk about. Then that went on to, run away with, this is what he thinks. It was basically, hey, these are our goals, and this team is a team that has the wherewithal to achieve these things. Now, every year there are a number of teams that do, and it's a difficult task. So we put ourselves in this position, and we've still got a lot of things we have to improve on.
I mean, I like that because he's basically saying you have to be comfortable talking about potentially uncomfortable things.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to make these guys comfortable talking about the Super Bowl.
Right.
I went
Don't
and
be afraid
told
of it.
a national writer about the Super Bowl. It obviously spread like wildfire. I remember that day at camp. Everyone checking their phone going, did you see what Sean Payton told Yahoo Sports? It kind of all the media all of a sudden sort of plugged into the same article that had just been published that morning. But if you're not going to talk about it, sometimes you have to manifest things, right? And I think Sean was sort of manifesting that this was a Super Bowl caliber roster.
You're tempting me to get crunchy because all the time you manifest things. And it starts with faith. It starts with belief. You have that ultimate belief. Ask without hidden motive and be surrounded by your answer. You have to believe you can do it. You can't just do it. You don't just stumble into $1 million or the 10 that you want to marry or the Super Bowl that you want to win. You believe you can, and then you go do it. And I like the fact that they're not afraid to talk about it. You shouldn't, baby. You shouldn't be. Why are you playing football if you're like, don't say Super Bowl? No, say Super Bowl. And then you better go get the damn thing.
Yeah, it's like Harry Potter. Oh, you can't say Voldemort. Well, the only one who said Voldemort was Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And what happened? He took that SOB out at the end, so it all worked out.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, sorry, spoiler. Yeah, Harry killed Voldemort about 25 years ago. If you're not caught up yet, that's not my problem.
You're a slow reader if you haven't caught up yet.
If you haven't caught up yet. All right, but there is one thing going on with this Broncos defense, and that's the lack of turnovers. Is that going to hurt them come playoff time? Cecil and I will dive into it next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
January is full of, hey, I'll start tomorrow quotes, but soda, weight loss, is full of people who finally said, no, really, today. And once the weight comes off and the energy comes back, excuses don't stand a chance. Soda delivers fast, easy, convenient weight loss that fits real life. No hunger, no guesswork, and support from a real nutritionist who actually texts you back. That's why they have nearly 9,000 positive Google reviews and thousands of jaw-dropping before and after photos just like mine, where I lost 60 pounds with sodaweightloss.com. It worked for me naturally, no injections, no pills, natural weight loss. It's fantastic. 60 pounds gone for me, and it's never coming back. And right now, the perfect gift for the two of you. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. Two people, one program, one life-changing start to 2026. Soda Weight Loss. That's sodaweightloss.com, SOTA. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
The Americans with Disabilities Act, also known as the ADA, celebrates 36 years in 2026. The law protects people from discrimination because of a disability. Disabilities include those you can see, like someone who uses a service animal or wheelchair, and ones you can't see, like diabetes or depression. To learn more about the ADA and receive free and confidential assistance, contact the Rocky Mountain ADA Center at 1-800-949-4232 or online at www.rockymountainada.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shaft.
This is Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Hall of Famer, wishing you happy holidays from my friends at Colorado Credit Union. The holidays are all about family, giving, and looking ahead to a great new year. And just like a great team, Colorado Credit Union is here to support you, whether it's saving for holiday gifts, planning for the future, or just making life a little easier. From everyone at Colorado Credit Union, season's greetings and have a happy and healthy 2026. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
...2025. Some cracks lately, but for the most part, been outstanding. I mean, you just look at the Chiefs game the other night. Yes, I know they were playing a third-string quarterback, but all 13 of those points were gifted to the Chiefs. I mean, Nick Bolton made an incredible interception that gave him great field position for their touchdown. The pass interference penalty on Pat Surtain that set up the field goal was questionable at best. And then Darren Rizzi's special teams gave up a long return to set up Kansas City's other field goal. So their yardage was non-existent, more or less, against the Broncos, but they did get 13 points. That said, I was waiting for the big turnover. Didn't on Christmas night you were waiting for the big turnover, either a pick six or a strip sack or a scoop and score or something like that. It never came. Why, I ask you, Cecil Lamb, it's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, have turnovers not come for this Broncos defense this season? And do you think it's going to hurt them come playoff time?
Yeah, I think that's something where if we talk about you need to do something different. And I always said this with Bill Cowher. Bill Cowher years ago always had a Super Bowl contending Steelers team, and then they choke because he never changed anything. You get to the playoffs, you have to do something different. And with the defense, it's clearly you've got to get turnovers. Do you realize? And Mace had the numbers for me, so forgive me, Mace, because I'm going to quote you, and I think I'm going to get them wrong. But they're like 29th in fumble recoveries. They're terrible in getting the ball back. And that's why Sean Payton on Monday, when he didn't talk to his team about winning the AFC West, which is kind of weird, it's kind of odd. You win the AFC West and you don't talk to your team about it, but you talk to your team about turnovers. I think in the postseason, if the Broncos are to win it all, it's because they turned it on defensively and got more turnovers. However you can do it, and a team that's taught, and players have talked about it, they're taught to go for the elbow on the quarterback with the sack. Benito, Cooper, Ellis, all those guys, Tillman, go for the elbow. Get that ball.
Well, what was Von Miller so good at?
Right.
Ripping that football out. He did it twice to Cam Newton in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say, what happened in Super Bowl 50? And not to send a chill down everybody's spine, and even including a little 18-year-old Kev who was there watching. You weren't 18, but still. Like, what if they don't get that in Super Bowl 50? Carolina was a freight train offensively.
They were wagging.
The Broncos humbled them. Why? Because they kept turning the ball over. So, like, I think turnovers are key. The reason why the Broncos win the Super Bowl is blank. The reason why is, can they get more turnovers?
And Sean Payton did speak about that on his conference call this week, and he knows it's something that's got to improve, and it's got to improve quickly.
And then improving, the one area that has to improve is that turnover margin, and that can happen. We did a collective the last 25 years, Super Bowl winners, it's something like 114 in the plus. There's been one Super Bowl winner in the last 25 years. I'm just talking about when the playoffs begin. The Rams recently were the only -2 turnover team. The rest added up to some crazy number. And so that's something we've got to improve on.
Yeah, and those 2015 Broncos in the playoffs finished +4 and created 7 turnovers.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just Cam, it was Tom Brady the week before in the AFC title game. Vaughn had an interception off him.
Yep.
It was the fumble. Trivia question, who was the Steelers running back who fumbled in the divisional round that ultimately set up the Broncos to win that game?
It wasn't Le'Veon Bell, it was the backup. Because Le'Veon Bell was out of that game.
I'm going to give you a name. I think this is right. It'll ring a bell if it is.
Yeah.
Was it Fitzgerald Toussaint?
Yes.
And who recovered it? DeMarcus Ware, I believe.
I believe so,
recovered
yes.
that fumble. I mean, we all remember Super Bowl 50 so fondly, but they were this close to losing to the Pittsburgh Steelers in the divisional round that year. And you're right. If they don't create those turnovers, guess what? Peyton Manning never gets his Disney movie.
Right.
He never gets the storybook ending to his incredible 18-year career.
And Kev had the numbers last week. They were -4, right, in Super Bowl 50 on this run. And then this team is -5 in turnover differential. I believe I'm correct. Here's the problem with that, because numbers lie. Even great numbers that Kev digs up. Numbers lie. Do you realize how many turnovers they had? It's just that Peyton Manning was throwing a zillion picks that year. So their turnover differential in 2015 was -4. Kev, give me the thumbs up. It was -4, but I believe they had 27 turnovers at that time. So it was that way because Manning was getting rid of the ball. Like the problem was offensively, they were getting rid of the ball too. So that's why their turnover differential was similar to what this one is. This team isn't getting turnovers. Super Bowl 50 defense did get turnovers. It's just that in the playoffs, Peyton took care of the football, and in the regular season, in his worst regular season, he wasn't.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
He did have 17 interceptions that year, but the Broncos had 27 turnovers, which was still the 6th most in the NFL. They also had 52 sacks in 2015, 13 more in the playoffs. Think about that. 3 on Ben Roethlisberger, 4 on Tom Brady, and then 6 on Cam Newton in Super Bowl 50. Can this year's Broncos defense do the same in the postseason?
Yes, they can do the same. And I've talked to Vance Joseph just a week ago about, like, hey, it's December. There's kind of this swoon. And he goes, you have to put to bed. I think he said put him to sleep. You have to put to sleep the problems and the flaws that you've had. And that's where this Broncos defense can't stop a tight end. Teams can run on you if they're a little bit more disciplined. Like, you've got to put those problems to sleep and then get back to getting after the quarterback. It's been real quiet for Jonathan Cooper. Been real quiet for Nick Bonito. Okay, figure out a way to spark those guys. Teams are going to do the Marcus Mariota thing. And damn you, Cliff Kingsbury, because he gave you the blueprint on how to work against Denver. Throw the ball before those guys can get there.
And the other thing, too, again, I'm putting you on the spot, but I just like putting you on the spot.
Okay.
Do you know who leads the Broncos in interceptions this year?
Is it Riley Moss?
No, he has 1. Let me just go through it real quick.
Okay.
Riley Moss has 1. Justin Strenad has 1. Jahdae Barron has 1. Brandon Jones has 1. Dre Greenlaw 1. Jaquan McMillan 1. Pat Surtain 1. Those are all the guys with 1.
Okay.
There's one Bronco who has 2 picks this year, and he's leading the team in interceptions. None of those guys I just gave you.
Jaquan?
No, he was one of the guys with 1. The corners with 1 were McMillan, PS2, Barron, and Moss.
Okay.
Who has 2?
Tell me.
Dondrea Tillman. I mean, if I had told you in July.
I would have never guessed that. We would have gone through a 53-man roster and half on defense. We would have gone through all that. I would have never guessed Tillman.
I wouldn't have guessed it either, but I've got it in front of me. I'm not sitting here trying to be like, oh, I knew that. I didn't know it either. I didn't know it either, and I guarantee you 99% of your listeners didn't know it. Dondrea Tillman. Like, I like Tillman. He's a nice player.
He probably doesn't even know it.
He shouldn't be leading the Denver Broncos in interceptions.
Right. He should be a sack getter, get a couple picks if he can, but that's where they've got to up that thing. And if they are going to throw short, what you're going to have to do, and this is going to be nerve-wracking, the Broncos, I've seen the future, Will.
Okay.
I do this sometimes.
Is it good?
It can be. It can be. But here's the future. The Broncos are going to play in one-score games in the playoffs. Here's what they're going to have to do to get those picks. Guys are going to have to jump routes. And to do that, you're going to have to guess. And when you guess wrong, you're going to get burned. So please don't tweet about Riley Moss when he gets burned for jumping a route. Because
I'll tweet about him. Don't you worry.
To get more turnovers, they're going to have to start jumping routes because everything's going to be short.
But is that a gamble you really want to take with your season on the line? I mean, you lose in the playoffs, it's one and done. Look what happened to the Lions last year. Everyone's picking them to go to the Super Bowl. Washington comes in, hangs 45 points on them, and poof, their season's over.
Done.
Is that a gamble you're willing to take? And I'm asking you that as an analyst. Like, isn't this team good enough to win without taking those gambles? I mean, how frustrated would you be if in a 17-13 game against the Bills, Riley Moss is guessing, and next thing you know, Coleman's gone for a 60-yard touchdown?
If Coleman's active, they have so many problems with Keon. But
I was trying to think of a relevant
right.
Bills receiver. I guess Kincaid may be a better example.
Yeah, there's not many. No. They're all tight ends, by the way. It's the three of them. I would say this. I hope they're educated guesses. Because through film study, as someone who charts plays, because I'm a super nerd, there's tendencies. So if it's like a 3rd and 7, and you're Riley Moss, and you go, on 3rd and 7, Khalil Shakir's running an out route. On 90% of his 3rd and 7s, by the way, there's AI tools and there's tools that NFL teams use, the Sumer Sports Brain, that will tell you, hey, how many times does Khalil Shakir run an out route on a 3rd and 7? It'll tell you the number. I could look it up for you. If you know those numbers and you're Riley Moss, you're like, hey, it's 3rd and 7, games on the line. He's running an out route because on 90% of 3rd and 7 plays, Khalil Shakir runs an out route. You've got to know that. I believe they do know that. I hope they do. And I hope they respond.
Yeah, I do as well. All right, the Broncos caught a huge break playing the L.A. Chargers this week without Justin Herbert and probably a slew of other starters. We will get our first injury report this afternoon and see how many guys they list. But in the meantime, who is Trey Lance? And why did this guy go from a top 3 pick to looking like a bust? That task awaits the Broncos this weekend, and Cecil Lammey will give you his analysis next.
Will the Broncos avenge their early season loss to the Chargers and roll into the postseason with a win? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football Postgame Show, presented by Modelo, live on game day from Mile High Station starting 2 hours before kickoff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that cheap.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all, the car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
All of us at Williams Jewelers are proud to have been chosen as the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
You see, we're Denver's experts when it comes to ice.
The ice that you wear. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. Here at Williams Jewelers, you'll find Denver's largest selection of truly fine diamonds and diamond jewelry.
From our legendary Williams Diamond Bar, with almost every size, shape, and price range of GIA-graded natural diamonds.
To diamond engagement rings, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles, to necklaces and diamond earrings, our selection is stunning.
And Williams Martini Diamond Studs are a must for every woman, and we stock every size and price range.
So, if you want to be the star player of the game,
if you want to make the ultimate power play,
give her the only ice that lasts forever. Diamonds from Williams Jewelers.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health. With the right equipment, you can train like a pro. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
The truck driver wasn't paying attention and crashed straight into you. Now you're paying the price. You're looking at surgeries, missed work, and more. Call the truck crash lawyers at Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson has been helping truck crash victims for 50 years. And with over $50 million recovered after truck crashes, our results speak for themselves. Call our team today and let us fight for every dollar you deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Do you know what's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide? If you guessed Discover, you guessed right. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
She's gonna break soon, gonna break soon, gonna break soon. She's gonna break soon, gonna break soon, gonna break soon. With so many problems in her life.
Hope your New Year's Eve is off to a good start. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cease.
Are you a big New Year's Eve guy?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
I'm going to be at home in the beautiful mountains of Roxborough. Spivak's not here, so I can call it mountains. He's so touchy about that. You don't live in the mountains. For the love of God, my backyard is the start of the Rocky Mountains. It is literally the hogback. So, yeah, I live in the mountains. Roxborough. That's where I'll be. I want to get home, get Orange and Blue Today done. About 6 o'clock, be done with work. Maybe have a nice drink or something. That's it.
Yeah, I was having the same conversation with some people around the office. Like, I'm not looking to get dressed up and go get a $100 flute of champagne or anything like that. I mean, God bless you if you're going to go do it, but it's just not my holiday, man. It's not. I think I did it once when I was like 22.
Mm-hmm.
It's not me. It's and I hate to say it because it's today. Is New Year's Eve the most overrated holiday out there?
It might be, but new beginnings mean so much to people.
True.
You know what I mean?
But I'm talking about physically, like 6 p.m. to midnight. Like,
Okay.
is that part overrated?
You want me to make a bunch of people mad?
Sure.
Is it St. Patrick's Day? What's the most overrated holiday that we celebrate? Like, seriously, of like,
I think
St.
it's New
Patrick's
Year's
Day, let's
Eve.
go get let's go get drunk. I'm like, huh?
But you're celebrating your Irish heritage.
What if you're
maybe?
not Irish?
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Like, in New Year's Day, at least you can say, oh, new year, new beginnings, new relationship, new job, whatever, new start. You know what I mean? On St. Patrick's Day, it's like, let's go get drunk. You know what I mean? Is that a holiday?
Yeah.
What are we actually celebrating? A guy that had snakes follow him, or he led the snakes away? What did he actually do?
Mm.
He led the snakes out of Ireland, right?
Sure.
Is that right?
I don't know the history of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, are the snakes politicians? But like, seriously, what are we celebrating? Other than let's go get drunk, which to me isn't a holiday, that's a Friday. Like, seriously. Seriously, what are we celebrating?
You know what does tick me off, though, is when people say the 4th of July is overrated.
Oh, no.
Because the 4th of July, it's warm, it's all day, it's the pool, it's the barbecue.
We had a Revolutionary War because they taxed our tea by 3%. Don't look at your taxes right now.
Touche.
Right?
Yeah, no, but it just, people group 4th of July and New Year's together.
Yeah.
And I don't feel that way at all.
Okay.
I think the 4th of July is so superior to New Year's Eve.
Okay. I believe it was George Lopez, and my buddy Mark texted me if it wasn't, but I remember one of my Hispanic comedians was like, Cinco de Mayo, what is it? It's the 5th of May. Like, it's Cinco de Mayo. It's the 5th of May. Like, all right, I want to know, what's your most overrated holiday? Is it actually New Year's? And what are you going to be doing? If you're partying up, just be careful.
Yep, be safe.
Got Ubers, got Lyfts,
Do not drive.
DDs, whatever. Like, just no DUIs, none of that. Don't bring any of that to the community. Have fun. Party it up if you want to, and enjoy your New Year's Eve. But is it overrated? I want to know.
Yeah, and a lot of people are already chiming in. 2 of them right here in front of me, the 9506 and the 7027, both immediately come in hot with Valentine's Day. You got any reaction to that?
Every day, what I've often told my lady is every day should be Valentine's Day.
That is nice, but can you really keep up that standard 365?
Well, here's the thing, and then you don't have to spend a bunch of money on Valentine's Day.
True.
But obviously, and here's the thing, as a romantic, I'll reveal something about myself, Will. I'm very, 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 very romantic. Your signs of love to the person that you love should happen as much as possible. Not just on some stupid Hallmark day. And I love Hallmark Channel. But still, like, not just on one day. Hey, in fact, I got it covered, right? For now 364 days I can be a jerk, and then one day I'm sweet. Honestly, and this is for a recommendation for all the fellas out there, right? Because maybe fellas, we're not as dialed in romantically as I. Maybe you should be. Because they are. And you better respond and make sure here. No one any other fox creep around your hen house. Right. Let me just say that, right? So how do you do that? Show your love and appreciation every day.
Yeah. No, that's a good philosophy.
Flowers once a week? Who can't do flowers once a week? Come on.
And you don't have to do anything over the top. I did have a buddy who made the genius mistake of lighting a bunch of candles and then going to pick up his lady.
Whoa. I know where this is going.
And then coming back to, it was an apartment complex, and there was like 10 fire trucks outside.
Oh, my God.
He almost burned the whole place down.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Try to be romantic, and it almost lit not only his apartment on fire, but a bunch of neighbors as well. Luckily, someone smelled smoke, called 911. The fire department came and saved the day. Let's just say his lady wasn't real impressed.
He wanted a different type of smoke in the bedroom.
All right. Who is Trey Lance? Cecil, you're our draft expert here at the Fan.
Yeah.
Why did this guy go so high just 4 drafts ago? Why was he so coveted? And why couldn't he make it work with Kyle Shanahan, the QB whisperer? This is who the Broncos will face on Sunday. I look at Trey Lance as just an ultimate bust. How do you feel about him?
Yeah, and he is. He's an ultimate miss for me. Back during that time, if we go back to that draft class, I was like, Trey Lance is a player that had the one game because of the COVID year or whatever. So it's like he only played one game his final year, and it was terrible. But if you look at the previous season that he did play, it was a limited amount and a lower level of competition, but a guy with all the tools. And as Mark Schlereth always says, potential is a dirty, filthy word. Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones. John Lynch wanted Trey Lance. Guess who won?
The GM.
Yes. Now, they gave up a bunch of picks because they couldn't get Sam Darnold. And I had that story, and I think Dove Kleiman or Kleeman, whatever, they put my tweet up on McAfee one time, and McAfee said I look like a really nice guy. So thank you, Pat. Send me a tank top. Anyway, because there was a denial from Dove Kleeman of like, the 49ers never wanted Sam Darnold. I know on good authority because they couldn't trade for Sam Darnold, who was with the Jets at the time.
Yeah.
That's how long ago it was that they then moved those picks, and then they get Trey Lance. So that's why. Why can't you work with Kyle Shanahan? Well, it's because of the fit. And if it's never your guy, think back to Paxton Lynch with Gary Kubiak. I'm not saying Gary hated Paxton because hate's a strong word, but he probably hated him.
He refused to play him in that infamous Week
the Raiders
17 game.
Yeah. They had nothing for nothing. And he's like, I'm going to play him, and then didn't play him at all. And Gary kind of on his last game sending a well wish and maybe a bird to John Elway's direction, right? So when it's never your guy, you're never really going to give him the grace maybe that he needs. They always made fun of Paxton for his 8 plays, but they never then ran his 8 plays. So it's square peg, round hole. Trey Lance is a toolsy guy, but you know how many toolsy guys are not playing football right now?
A lot.
A zillion. So it goes beyond that. And with the Shanahan offense, it's very complex, and it's something that mentally you have to be prepared for that. And mentally as a quarterback, you've got to be prepared to take all the arrows from the media, from the fans, and then respond with good play. And Trey Lance just seemed to be, and this is a word I use lightly, but like mentally soft, where once the fans got on him, once he couldn't figure out Shanahan's system, it just all snowballed in a negative way. Harbaugh could get something out of him, maybe, but I think like you now, it's too far gone. There's no reclamation project. He's not, Sam Darnold or any of these other busts that we've seen hop and hop and hop, or, and then now they're making plays. Baker Mayfield, it's like now Baker Mayfield's making plays, but with the Browns, he stunk. Well, that's the Browns. I think this is all on Trey Lance.
So specifically for Sunday, then, he doesn't scare me at all. And those could be famous last words. I understand.
Sure.
The Broncos
don't tweet that.
Beat the Raiders 10-7 at home. They were down big to the Giants at home. They took the Jets to the wire
just
in
had
London.
Him, concerned.
Yeah, they were tied 13-all with Oladokin, 58 minutes in that football game. But will this look more like some of those frustrating games this year where they should have won big and they didn't?
Yeah.
Or will this look more like Week 18 last year where they just beat the brakes off the Chiefs' backups? And hopefully we'll get some Sparky Stiddy in the second half because they're up 31-3 and Sean can afford to do that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the latter because the Chiefs really wanted that game. I think they wanted it for Travis because I think that was his last home game.
You're talking about last week, not Week 18 last year.
Yes,
the Chiefs could not care less about Week 18 last year.
But then last week they cared.
They did.
And honestly, on that last drive for Kansas City, I was like, is Travis Kelce going to catch everything?
Yeah. Or was he going to get that PI flag on third down? I was waiting for it.
Yep. So it's like, was that the Kelce drive to, hey, Broncos, we play spoiler. Are the Chargers going to do that, or are they just thinking, get through this thing, stay healthy, and get to the playoffs? I believe without Herbert playing, that's kind of sent the message. A wrong message for Jim Harbaugh, by the way. A wrong message sent to his team. So I believe the Broncos can win this thing and get Jarrett Stidham in the fourth quarter. That's what I want to see. Just 28-3, 28-10. Give me something. And then here comes Jarrett Stidham, and he gets a rushing touchdown. I don't know if you have that as an anytime touchdown, but I'm going to throw some ducats on that.
You could throw a few bucks on that. I think, too, that for the Broncos, getting a laugh for this weekend would feel good. Because, one, you obviously secure the 1 seed, which we know is the most important. You only have to win 2 home games to go to the Super Bowl. But, 2, you want to be feeling yourself a little bit going into this bye week. And even if it's against backups, if the final score is 41-7, you're going to be feeling yourself into your bye week. You're going to sit on the couch while everyone beats each other up in Wild Card Weekend, and then you're going to come back refreshed and reloaded for what's the NFL's version of the Elite Eight. I mean, think about that. You win this weekend, you are in the Elite Eight. You are in the final 8 teams that have a chance to hoist Lombardi, and I want to do that with momentum. And I think a good way to have that momentum is beat the snot out of Trey Lance and the Chargers. All right, let's check our X, including some more Olympic news from the Avalanche. We told you Devon Toews is on the roster. Well, Devon Toews just met with the media and gave a caveat about whether or not he'll actually play for Team Canada, and we will tell you that next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Fellas, it is the holiday season. The holidays are meant to be joyful, but if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy, probably not a lot of love or joy coming your way. BD's putting a strain on your relationship. How about you give your partner the best gift that you could give this holiday season? A renewed and a restored sex life. That's exactly what Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you with. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. You could be having sex as soon as the next day, and some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more. You might owe that to your partner, depending on how long you've been putting this off. Set up your first appointment. Just have a conversation with what they can do. A Colorado licensed medical provider will draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and if medically advised, they're going to suggest that you try a test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, you're walking out of there without spending a penny. But it works in over 90% of men. So stop waiting for it to get better. That's not going to happen. Your partner deserves it this holiday season. Deal with your erectile dysfunction right now, today, at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This holiday season, don't drink and drive. But if you are in an accident, you're in luck. Flanagan Law, where strength meets compassion. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Imagine your home quieter, cooler, and more beautiful with the new Infinity from Marvin windows. Right now, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is offering 25% off. These aren't ordinary windows. They're built to outlast, outperform, and turn heads. Family owned since 1973, trusted across Colorado, and they never cut corners. Call them 303-794-0490 or visit windowsforyourhome.com. Don't delay. Quality costs less than regret.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
The West isn't just a place, it's a feeling. And this January 10th through the 25th, the National Western Stock Show presented by Common Spirit Health brings the heart of the West to Denver. So saddle up for 16 days of rodeo action, family fun, and championship livestock. This is where tradition meets excitement. This is who we are. We are the West. Tickets available at nationalwestern.com.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Alrighty, let's check our X as Dover and Cecil do every day at 11:45. It's Will Peterson hanging out for Josh Dover. And we told you about an hour ago that Devon Toews has made Team Canada's Olympic team. Good for him. Going to go pursue gold over in Italy with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar.
Nice.
But there's a caveat. Devon just spoke with the media and made it clear that his wife, Carrie, is expecting their 4th child with an early February due date. Devon said he's not leaving his wife until the baby is born and everyone is healthy. Says he has not talked to Team Canada about it and didn't think he needed to. Baby is tentatively due February the 2nd. Olympics open February the 6th. But we all know babies can come weeks early. They can come a week or two late. Family man Devon Toews, I like this decision, man. Yeah, I want gold, but I'm not leaving till wife and baby are okay.
Yeah, that's the ultimate caveat. Because when you mentioned on their tees, you had me sitting in my car waiting. Like, pay off the tees. What's the tees? Oh, it's a baby? Oh, okay. Well, that's the one card you could play in terms of like, yeah, I might miss the Olympics because my wife is having a baby. So there you go. Congratulations.
Do you think, too, and we had talked about it earlier, that Blackwood and Wedgwood both got snubbed and Avs fans are upset. Do you think with...
Why are they upset?
No, I said Avs fans are upset, not the players.
Why would they be upset, though? Avs fans, seriously.
Because they want to see their guys who they think deserve it over, I'll just use the word, and I don't care, a clown like Jordan Binnington, who threw a water bottle at Nazem Kadri. Remember that?
He's a clown. He's a total clown. We can say that. Corporate, don't send me an email. But, like, why would Avs fans be upset when your goal is the Stanley Cup? Your goal is an Olympic gold. You're not getting a gold medal, so I have a real issue if Avs fans are upset that the Lumberyard isn't representing in the Olympics. I'm like, oh, well, their goal is the Stanley Cup. If you're an Avs fan, that's what your goal should be, the Stanley Cup. I don't think you should be upset that the Lumberyard got overlooked. I think you should go, whew, and say, wow, we missed out on that one, which is good because now you guys can be fresh.
Yeah, I just think Avs fans feel like we've had 2 regulation losses this entire season.
Okay.
Our goalies have stood on their heads.
Okay.
And I'm a millennial. You know that. What do millennials look for? Validation. And I think Avalanche fans want validation, and they feel like today a guy like Jordan Binnington, who's having a trash year for a trash team, does not deserve to be in the Olympics over their 2 guys. That's what I'm saying. They don't feel validated.
Closer to Gen X. You've got some Gen X.
No, I'm hardcore millennial, bro. 1990 is like right in the middle of the road.
I thought Gen X ended in like 86.
Yeah,
is that right?
You know, I'm hanging on to those 4 years, my friend.
You're close enough.
I think millennials like literally like 86 to 96.
96.
Yeah, so I call myself firmly in the middle of millennials.
Okay, all right.
We like validation, and the Avs goalies did not.
All
get
right. Well, you
validated
grew up in
today.
the 90s, and we were, we had different things in the 90s, so you're good in my book.
We got participation trophies.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
What do you got checking your ex, Cecil Lammy?
Yeah, check your ex. Speaking of millennials, this one is actually from whatever, Gen Y or Gen Z or whatever now. This lady on Twitter asked, serious question for millennials. My older cousin said she used to burn CDs for her crush. Like with fire? Was that a ritual? Did it work? You guys were literally practicing witchcraft just to get a text back? I'm scared of y'all. To which a millennial responded, the old magic will not be discussed with the children of the new.
Okay.
So the generation after you, and probably I think they're on Gen Alpha or whatever now, they don't know what burning CDs, at least this lady on Twitter didn't know what burning CDs was. I guess if you weren't there, maybe it does sound a little bit odd, like we burned CDs, like literally burned. No, we burned data onto them.
Yeah, you put all your hot jams on one CD, and then you drove around in the 96 Ford Explorer with it all day, every day. That's what I did.
Nice.
Yeah.
You had a Ford Explorer?
96, baby. Wasn't the Eddie
Super
Bauer
cab?
edition. You remember
Super
the
cab?
Eddie Bauer?
Yes.
That was like the fancy leather one.
Uh-huh.
Didn't have Eddie Bauer.
Was it a super cab or was it just the bench seat?
The bench seat.
The bench seat.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
You could have good tunes in that, though, because it's a small cab, so not much room for the music to go.
That car has since been sold a handful of times, but it was one of those like sold to a family friend.
Right.
Like I think the 96 Ford Explorer I drove in high school is still out and about in the streets.
Still
of Denver.
running.
Yes.
Whoa.
It's a good car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could put it through a lot. I'm sure you did. And probably that CD you burned is still stuck in the disc player.
Yeah, some All-American rejects and Goo Goo Dolls
But
and whatnot.
I guess there's stuff from previous generations. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. I'm sure there is. But it's like, that's just a generational thing. If you say burn a CD, old people like me, millennials like you, we just shake our head. You're like, yeah, we burn CDs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what we did. And it was great. Because then you didn't have I'm old enough for mixtapes. Like, you made your lady a mixtape. And then you had to but then this song and this song. You had a CD. Just skip to the next song, baby.
I love it.
Post that thing.
All right, what else you got for me?
Okay, we're in the trust tree, right?
Sure.
I know you're my boy.
But real quick, because I'm 6 for 6 on movie references.
Yes.
Trust Tree is old school Will Ferrell.
Yes.
7 for 7.
Maybe she's wearing something something I've never seen before.
Well, he was at the Olive Garden, so yeah.
Okay, full disclosure, and I've said this before, I sleep naked, right?
Well, we are deep into that trust tree.
Well, and the thing is, and I've said this before as well, I really appreciate the way that I look without any clothes on. I'm pretty much a nudist, and I'm forced to wear clothes when I go out in public. Anyway, women who sleep naked live 7 years longer, according to this report. Scientists report a simple longevity tip. Cooling the body helps trigger deep sleep. Clothing traps heat, creating a warm pocket that slows sleep. Cooler rooms promote faster, deeper rest. In cool sleep, melatonin rises, aiding sleep cycles and supporting cellular aging defenses. So I'm 53. I don't look 53. One of my tips, probably sleeping naked. So I'm just saying, all my recommendations out there, if you can, you can help your health by sleeping in the nude. It's just more comfortable.
All right.
Who wants to sleep with clothes on? Maybe like pajamas. Pajamas are cool.
I'm like a gym shorts guy.
You're a gym shorts guy?
Yeah.
You got some give with gym shorts, right? The flowing, because I'm sure they're not the 80s, the nutters, probably like some baggy 90s gym shorts, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's fine, but consider it, or at least consider cooling your room, because we know, especially in the fall time, when the room is cold, you get your best sleep. So when I saw this study, and I don't know why they said women, and there wasn't any study about men, but women who sleep naked live 7 years longer. I'm going to live forever.
You are. You are.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me. And I promote it. I promote, hey, if you want to, just go ahead and do it.
You got one more for me?
One more on Check Your Ex, and certainly appreciate all the love out there coming in from everybody out there about just what the Broncos have done, and a lot of just thanking guys like us, guys like Kev, that had called the 13 wins. And I want to know, and it's our time to airing of the grievances. I know Festivus was last week, but we can air the grievances, because I don't know about you. I got a lot of crap for saying 13.
I did too.
And
I got a ton.
I got crap from people on this station, and I'm kind of pissed about that. I didn't say 13 because I'm a homer. I said 13 because I felt this team could win 13 games and be among the NFL's elite. And, brother, they're better than I thought. So the floor is yours as a 13 winner. We should call ourselves that. We're the 13s, right?
13ers.
The 13ers, right.
Ooh,
so
I like that.
as the 3 13ers on this station, the floor is yours, Kevin. The floor is yours, Will. Got anything to say about the people that didn't believe us?
I'll take my quick little victory lap. I'll also take a victory lap that last night I'm driving down the road coming to do Denver Sports Tonight, and Philip Lindsay goes, 13 wins. Only one guy had 13 wins. That was Cecil.
I heard that too. I almost drove off the road.
So did I. So
I
then
almost hit Will.
I come in and I congratulate them. They had a very good rating period that Zach was talking about, and rightfully so. They were number one in the whole market, and congrats to them. And I told them like how proud of them I was and how much Phil's improved and how I think Zach is very thorough in his preparedness. And then I go, oh, and by the way, I also had 13 wins. And then we get back from break, and Zach goes, this guy comes in, and all he says is, I had 13 wins too. And I said, you're flubbing that story a little bit. I was very complimentary, and then I just snuck it in. I'm glad Kev heard it too, because not only should I have gotten some love, Kevin should have gotten love as well.
I just want to take full credit on Bo Nix and 13 wins. And everyone else, well, we had to be on PG radio, so.
Yeah. Well, the problem is they're going to get 14 wins, so none of us are going to be right.
I mean,
at the
I
end
still
of the day.
think we're technically
And is
right.
there any better way to be wrong at 13? 13 is an elite number. That's a lot of wins. So to be wrong at 14, baby, I'm here for it. I love it.
I mean, they really only got punched in the mouth once this year.
Jacksonville, yeah.
Yeah, they could easily be 15-1 at this point in time.
Yep.
2 walk-off field goals to the Colts and the Chargers. All right, speaking of the Colts and the Chargers, the Colts won't be in the playoffs, but the Chargers will. What does that AFC playoff picture look like, and what's the best path for the Broncos to the Super Bowl? Cecil and I will dive into it next.
Will the Broncos end their stellar regular season with a divisional win before the playoffs? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you trapped in a high-rate mortgage, or are you seeing your hard-earned money fly right out the window? Well, at CakeHome.com, you can stomp it today. CakeHome.com is offering the lowest mortgage rates in years. What's up, everybody? It's Cecil. CakeHome.com's rate reduction home loan program has slashed high house payments by hundreds of dollars a month for their customers. You can lock in a fixed rate as low as 4.995% APR, and you can even close within 2 weeks, often with no appraisal needed. And did I say you can skip your next 2 house payments? Well, you can. Listen, these low rates might not last, so call CakeHome.com now for a free, no-obligation quote. I'm telling you, CakeHome.com is the best. Imagine lower payments, more money in your pocket. It's a fresh start. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. It's Cake Mortgage Corp., Eagle Housing Lender, NMLS 1734623, licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Josh Dover hanging out with Cecil Lammy. Been a fun 2 hours. Got 2 to go. Those New Year's resolutions for Denver teams in 2026, keep them rolling in. Most overrated holidays, keep those rolling in as well. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. We're getting a ton on the holidays, see, specifically. I'm seeing President's Day. I'm seeing Labor Day. A lot more Valentine's Day.
Right.
And then
Overrated holidays.
A lot of people with me that don't you dare call the 4th of July overrated.
Okay.
Because the 4th of July is awesome, which I co-sign.
Did I not get any pushback from my St. Patty's Day?
You did. A handful that I can't read on air.
You'll be all right.
Yes,
Listen,
you hurt some feelings.
Well, they'll be all right. Let's go get drunk. That's not a holiday. So shouldn't you know the reason why you're celebrating, right? I mean, 4th of July, we know what that is. Hey, Britain, here's the bird. Like, we know what that is. I mean, bald eagle. Like, we know what that holiday is.
Yeah.
We know what Christmas is. We know what Valentine's is. Do we really know what St. Patty's Day is?
Again, I think there's elements of heritage there, but you're right. It has morphed into something else.
Sure. Well, I have heritage with Cinco de Mayo. I'm a Chicano. Can I tell you what Cinco de Mayo means? It means the 5th of May. What else does it mean? The 5th of May. Cinco de Mayo.
Right, but then people could argue, what's the 4th of July mean? It means July 4th.
But it means Independence Day. Independence from Britain.
Cinco de Mayo some sort of Independence Day in Mexico as well?
Right. So, okay, heritage, but how far does that go? Go to any bar on St. Patty's Day and be like, what's this holiday about? 90% of people won't be able to tell you.
All right, fair enough. You're really on a St. Patty's Day kick. This all started with me, and God bless people who do it, but I'm not going to be downtown tonight spending crazy money.
Neither is Brandon Stokely.
True, touche. I'm not scared of downtown. Shots fired, but Stokes Twitter.
Right. Yeah, it'll tell you everything you need to know about what he thinks of
He
downtown.
may be tweeting tonight. Let's put it that way. But
then I'm going to be on Twitter tonight.
Yes.
My entertainment will be Brandon Stokely.
Yes.
In fact, I may text him and be like, hey, you got that extra drink? You going to hit Twitter, girl? Like, come on. I think I might hit up Stoke because that's entertainment.
If your idea of a good time tonight is to go downtown and get dressed up and get your kiss
That's
at midnight,
awesome.
more power to you.
That's awesome.
I'm just not going to be in that camp. All right, path to the Broncos for the Super Bowl. And we pretty much know the playoff picture, although obviously movement's going to happen in Week 18. Cecil Lammy, we know we want the Broncos to get the 1 seed. That is obvious. You only want to have to win 2 home games to go to Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. But what's a perfect scenario for how this bracket plays out for you and who the Broncos ultimately see in the divisional round? How do you want to see it shake down?
Yeah, I want to see Buffalo. I want revenge against the Buffalo Bills. Last year was embarrassing, and it was their first kind of dip in the toe with Bo Nix into the postseason, and they got worked. Buffalo didn't even really have to try to beat Denver last year in the playoffs. And yes, there's the one Troy Franklin play. Give me another play. Oh, wait, it doesn't exist. So the way that Buffalo handled this team, plus me personally, this is my personal opinion, so get as offended as you like, and I'm talking about Zach Bye. I'm sick of Buffalo talking about this is great. Sean McDermott's. I don't think he's a good person. That's my opinion again. And Josh Allen, he's not overrated, but what's he won? Has he gotten to a Super Bowl? Like, seriously, I'm sick and tired of hearing Buffalo talk about, like, oh, it's our year and breaking tables and mustard or whatever. Like, all right, that's cute. That's kitschy. You guys haven't won anything ever. The Broncos are a historic Super Bowl winning franchise. The Buffalo Bills haven't won squat. And I'm sick and tired of hearing those guys talk about, oh, it's our Bills Mafia, it's our year. Like, whatever. Come to Denver, get worked. I want that revenge from Buffalo, and I want it first, brother.
Okay, I like your thinking from the revenge angle.
Okay.
How I don't like your thinking is I want the easiest path. And the Bills in the divisional round is not the easiest path.
I will give you some sage-like wisdom.
Okay.
Okay, and this I took it from Jim Rohn, R-O-H-N, not Jim Rome. R-O-H-N, Rohn, motivational speaker from the 70s. Don't ask for things to be easier. Ask for you to be better. Broncos have to be better.
I want to be at a parade, bro. I don't care if the path is easy. No one remembers the Nuggets beat an 8-seeded Heat team in the finals.
Teams outside of Denver do.
I don't care.
Fans outside of Denver do.
I have memories for a lifetime. And I don't mean that sappily. I mean that genuinely. I have
Broncos,
memories for a lifetime.
For Super Bowl 50, took down the best team in the NFL. They took down the Carolina Panthers. Cam Newton and those guys were unstoppable offensively.
And guess what? In 33, they didn't take down the best team. They took down a Falcons team that had no business beating the Vikings.
Should have been the Vikings.
The parades all count the same.
Mm-hmm.
So why I like your reasoning for Buffalo, I got to totally disagree. You know who I want in the divisional round? The Pittsburgh Steelers. I want them, because think about it this way. If they win on, is that game Saturday? No, it's Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
If they win, they're the 4 seed. Cease, I want the bracket to hold. Because if the bracket holds and 2, 3, and 4 all win, how's that divisional round set up?
Right.
1 plays 4, 2 plays 3.
Right.
That would mean Pittsburgh and old man Aaron Rodgers is coming to Empower Field at Mile High. So while you want big, bad, scary Josh Allen, I say, no, I'm good. I want the Steelers to be the 4 seed.
Okay.
I want the bracket to hold, and I want the divisional game to be against Pittsburgh, much like during Super Bowl 50, who was the divisional game against? The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right. I want championship medal and beating up on old man Aaron Rodgers or video game playing Lamar Jackson or whatever. That doesn't do it. That doesn't sharpen your sword.
It gets you to the AFC title game.
Sure, and it gets you a little bit of momentum. But what if you barely beat a bad Steelers team?
I don't care. I'm in the Final Four.
Okay.
I'm not dancing through the streets quite yet, but I'm well on my way.
What if Buffalo comes in, drops 28 on you, you score 35, though? And so it's still a one-score game, but you've got like, hey, they gave us our best shot, and we got it. I think you can learn more from that sort of victory than beating up on some cupcakes named the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't think there's much to learn. There's not much to gain. And you're going to need it all. You're going to need someone that can show you and kind of humble you a little bit in the way that the Bills could, the Steelers would come in and basically should just roll over. Right? That's what the Steelers should do in a Mile High City.
I get to be in the AFC
easy
Championship
path.
game.
I don't want the easy path.
Oh, my God.
I want the hero's journey.
You and I did this the week of Thanksgiving.
Yes, we did.
And we kind of went round and round on this. And Kliss came on and sort of dropped the bomb that he was rooting for the Chiefs because he wanted the hardest
you should never
path
do.
for the
You
Broncos.
should never root for the Chiefs. And by the way, you didn't need to root for the Chiefs because they're terrible anyway.
Yeah, they fell off a cliff. But but again, man, I just can't. I mean, I asked you what I thought was a fairly obvious and easy question. Who do you want in the divisional round? And to me, you picked arguably the second best team in the AFC. We're just not going to get on the same page on that.
Yeah, because I want the hard path. And I want revenge. I want this because you know what it ends with? The ultimate revenge story. Roger Goodell pretty much hates Sean Payton. Sure. I'll say it. He hates Sean Payton. The NFL is kind of against Sean Payton. One of the problems with hiring Sean Payton is you're always going to have the league against you. I'm not saying the NFL's fixed. Kind of. But, like, imagine Roger Goodell being forced to hand the Lombardi Trophy to the guy that he hates in Sean Payton.
That'd be awesome.
Is there any better revenge than that? So give me all the smoke. I want Jacksonville. I just want New England because I think Drake May, things get a little too cute with Drake May. And I think he's a good quarterback, but I'd love to see the Broncos beat him up. I want the Bills. I want the Jaguars. I want revenge for last year. I want revenge for the beatdown Jacksonville put on you just a couple of weeks ago.
All right, and revenge is sweet. There's no doubt about it. Let's do it this way then. What's your scaro-meter in terms of the AFC? Obviously, we know the Broncos are in. We know 5 more teams are in. The winner of Pittsburgh-Baltimore will be in. But out of the 6 potential opponents, New England, Jacksonville, the winner of Pittsburgh-Baltimore, Houston, LA, and Buffalo, what's your scaro-meter? What's your one team that if you're like, they're coming to Denver, I'm not feeling great about this football game? Or
Houston,
2 teams.
Houston and Jacksonville.
So it's the AFC South.
Which is weird to think about based on it was going to be the Colts, right? Oh, look at these Colts. And then Daniel Jones gets hurt, and they're bye-bye. So it's Jacksonville because the beatdown, like, you didn't have answers for Jacksonville. You just didn't. It's going to be different the second time around. It will be. But in that game, you had no adjustments. You had there's no chance against Jacksonville. I want to see that. But that's a scaro-meter. That may be number 1. And Houston with C.J. Stroud, and I know he's not the greatest ever because Stroud's a very polarizing quarterback. And Davis Mills wasn't bad for them. He's still not C.J. Stroud. If Stroud stayed healthy in that game, I look at a few games on the schedule. If the Eagles would have ran the ball more with Saquon Barkley, they'd probably win that game. If C.J. Stroud stays healthy and doesn't make the mistakes that Davis Mills did, they probably win that game. Houston does. So I just look at those 2 scenarios, and there are others, but I look at those 2 scenarios and go, oh, you got the benefit of the Eagles who got scared to run and of the Texans who had to go to the backup quarterback.
Right.
So you benefited from that. Point blank period. As the guy who picked him for 13, that's what you got. You benefited from that. It wouldn't be a benefit to face C.J. Stroud for 4 quarters. So I think it's Jacksonville because of the way they handled you, and I think it's Houston because C.J. Stroud, that defense travels. Defense wins championships. And in the playoffs, you got to be playing your best.
Yeah, I'll agree with you that Houston and Jacksonville are both in the conversation, for sure. There's no doubt about it. But this is where we come full circle. The scariest team to me in the AFC is the Buffalo Bills.
Why? They always talk and they don't back it up. Who's he throw to? 3 tight ends? Big deal.
Broncos can't cover tight ends.
Well, okay,
so
that is a big
help.
deal.
Mahomes is on his couch. Lamar Jackson's this close to being on his couch. Joe Burrow's
He wants to be on his couch so he can play video games.
Joe Burrow's on his couch. If they don't get it done this year, Josh Allen may never win a ring. Or he may have to go to a different city to eventually win a ring. And
at least Jim Kelly got to 4. He lost them all, but he got there.
He did. I think this year is Josh's turn. And I think the Broncos can skip steps. You know, we've talked about in the NBA, the NHL, it's hard to skip steps. The NFL, you definitely can. Can you imagine the anger in Buffalo if Bo Nix gets a ring before Josh Allen? That would be flat out hilarious.
They'd
be
probably
awesome.
just eat their feelings because that's what Buffalo fans do. But here's the thing, and I'll just tell you this. In football and in life, dude, it's never your turn. You go take it. The Bills don't have the capability of taking it.
You're underestimating Josh Allen.
He's got Sean McDermott. Let's double this up. Give me coach-quarterback combo. Sean Payton is so much better than Sean McDermott. Josh Allen's better than Bo Nix. Kev, don't put me on the list. Josh Allen's better than Bo Nix right now, but Sean Payton's a million times better than Sean McDermott. If I go coach-quarterback combo, I'm not even talking defense, just those 2. Who's better, Sean McDermott and Josh Allen or Sean Payton and Bo Nix?
If you combine them, I would give the edge to Sean Payton and Bo Nix. Not an overwhelming edge, but I would give them the edge.
Okay, so Buffalo, it ain't your turn. It's never your turn in life. Don't wait around. It's my turn. It's my turn. It's never your turn. You go get it.
Yeah, but what if Josh comes in here and just plays Superman and goes 32 of 37?
They did struggle with rushing quarterbacks.
For 300
right?
yards, another 50
Trevor
on the
Lawrence
ground.
ran on you.
And, oh, by the way, who tore you up last year? James Cook. Still looks like one of the best running backs in the NFL.
And the problem with the Broncos defense that nobody wants to talk about, it's the elephant in the room, is you can run on them. Because every time I say that, people go, they're the number 2 rush defense. Teams stop running against them.
But it sounds like you're coming around to my line of thinking that Buffalo is a very scary matchup, and I want to avoid
But
them.
not scarier than Jacksonville or Houston. And here's the thing.
They absolutely are because of their experience. They go to the AFC divisional or AFC title game every year.
I say this lovingly, Will. Lovingly. I love you, and I hope you know that. Like, I say this lovingly. It's never easy, dude. It's never going to be easy. The Steelers are easy because they're frauds and the pansies, whatever you want to say. Like, it's not easy. You're not going to get anything from the easy path. Nothing in life is easy. It's never worth it if it's easy. If it's easy, I'll go back to the millennial thing. And I don't think it's a millennial thing, but correct me if I'm wrong. The participation trophies. Okay. Those mean anything?
I'm not trying to win a participation
trophy. Do millennials
trophy.
have rooms full of participation trophies? Or?
I'm trying to win a Lombardi trophy, and I want the best possible path to said Lombardi trophy.
The best,
and I'm not going to apologize for it.
The best isn't the easiest.
Ooh.
Think about it.
If we're at a parade and they beat the Steelers,
sure,
and then let's say they beat New England,
okay,
and then let's say they beat the Seahawks and get their revenge for 48,
sure.
Are you going to sit here and go, well, it wasn't the toughest pass, so I can't be excited at the parade?
The path is the path, but you shouldn't be hoping for the easiest. Again, don't hope for things to be easy. Hope for you to be better. The Broncos need to be better. I want them challenged in a way that I don't believe the Pittsburgh Steelers can challenge them. I think that's basically a preseason game in the divisional round.
It's great. I love a preseason game to get me to the AFC title game. I like trying to talk this out with you, and it's fun because when I do radio with you, I think 98% of the time we talk things out and find some common ground.
Sure.
I've noticed this when I've filled in for Dover over the last few months that this is the one thing we're just not going to find common ground on.
Yeah.
We're just going to ultimately disagree. You want them to take down Buffalo. You want them to take down Jacksonville. And you want them to take down New England.
The Rams. Well, and obviously with only 2 games if they get number 1 seed. For the NFC side, give me the toughest, San Francisco, right? San Francisco.
In their home stadium, by the way.
But having to go to the visitors' locker room because the Broncos would be the home team.
Okay, good wrinkle.
So that would be interesting for San Francisco to have to go to the other guy's locker room when they're in their crib in a home Super Bowl game. So
that would be fun, but honestly, I'll give you even one better. And I briefly mentioned it, but man, Super Bowl 48 still just sticks with me. And I've told you this story before. I was there. I tell people I went to a very expensive Bruno Mars concert. I'll briefly remind you of the circumstances. So we were out in New York covering the Super Bowl. And it was one of the best weeks of my life. I was out there with our guy James Marilat, a bunch of other friends at a different outlet in town. We had an awesome time. Like, New York was so cool. We did all the sightseeing. We went and saw the memorial at the One World Trade Center, and where they were building the new one. And guess who was in front of us in line? John Elway and his family. They were paying their respects as well. And it was one of those like, wow, I'm at the Super Bowl. I'm covering this. You know, I'm here. There was one night, Cecil, I went out a little too hard in New York, and the Broncos had their media availability on a boat. Do you remember this?
Yes.
It was on a boat.
No, I wasn't there, but I remember the stories.
And I'm standing on this boat, and I'm like, oh, I'm dizzy. Like, what happened to me last night?
Going overboard?
And then I realized, the boat is just moving. So that's why I feel dizzy.
I was like, watch out, man.
But, dude, I don't know. I was 22, 23 years old, and I'm like, I need to sit down. So I go and sit down in this area of this boat where I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here or not. Foxy's giving a presser, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no interest in asking questions because I wasn't in a state to ask questions. So I'm just sitting what I think is off to the side. I look up like 2 minutes after I'm sitting there. Sitting next to Peyton Manning. It's me and Peyton Manning sitting right there. He's waiting to go to his press conference. And we kind of make eye contact, and he gives me those like, how you doing? I'm like, good.
Could he smell you?
Hopefully not. I'm like, good. How are you? And, Patrick Smythe, he's the best in the biz.
Yes,
I don't know if he saw me or not, but I'm sure Patrick's like, Will, of all the places on the boat, you probably shouldn't be sitting next to Payton waiting to give his press conference.
Right.
So great week. Awful football game.
Yes.
Awful football game.
Yes.
We bought the very expensive tickets. We bought them on eBay. Think about how much the world has changed. That in 2013, you could buy Super Bowl tickets on eBay.
Wow.
They paper tickets pre-COVID.
Okay, right.
They come with a sticky note that says "Go Hawks" with a smiley face.
Whoa.
And so me and my buddy Josh, not Josh Dover, different Josh Pennock, are like, what does that mean? Well, we get to our seats in MetLife. We're in the Seahawks season ticket holder section.
No.
We are surrounded by that
Couldn't they
ugly
tell by
green
your
and blue.
address that you were a Denver address?
I guess, man. But we're like, you know what? We'll just have a few pops. We'll talk our smack. Everything will be good. Ball goes over Peyton's head. There was no smack to be talked that night in East Rutherford, New Jersey. This is where maybe we will agree. I do want the toughest path in the Super Bowl. And maybe the Rams are the best team on paper. Maybe the Niners are better than the Seahawks.
Right.
I want Seattle, baby. I want my revenge for that hellish experience I had at Super Bowl 48.
Okay. So
how much fun would that be?
We kind of agree.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, true.
It should be that. And there's some unserious teams. I believe Buffalo is serious. They just don't have the horsepower, if you will. Houston does. Jacksonville does. The Steelers do not. I just want to face the serious teams. I want to face the teams that will challenge you, will sharpen your sword for the ultimate prize, which is the Lombardi Trophy. So we'll see what they can do.
All right, can I give you some feedback on the text line?
Yeah, we got the tribe to kind of break the tie. We have a tie here, so we need the tribe to break the tie.
And there's plenty on both sides, but I like this one from Steve. So, Cecil, with your logic, you wish we had the 7th seed? Come on, man. That's from Steve.
Sorry, Steve. I didn't say that.
But the 7th seed would be the toughest path in theory. That's what Steve's getting at.
That's not what I was saying. They want the 7th seed. Like, oh, God, for the love of God. As the number 1 seed, I want them to face the best teams.
Okay.
Am I clear? Okay.
Sure.
By the way, and I think this is right, 2025 was the year of the snake. 2026 is the year of the horse.
It's good omen because not only is Bronco horse, but what does Nicola love? Horses.
Horses. By the way, the year of the horse means movement, new beginnings, alignment, freedom, return to truth, beauty, passion, flow, power, and opportunity.
All right. I love it. I'll give you some credit because I think Steve's text bothered you a little bit, if I'm just being honest. The 0930.
I didn't want to be mean, but I was like, I didn't say they were going to be the 7th seed. But you want, in football and in life, I don't want anything given to me. I didn't have anything given to me, and this isn't like, I'm poor me. Help me, I'm poor.
Bridesmaids.
Thank you.
I'm 8 for 8.
I cannot get anything by you.
Yep.
You're.
That's when Kristen Wiig's on the plane and she
had a little bit too much and maybe some pills with that.
Overserved, yeah.
Right.
Iconic scene, by the way.
Yeah.
They're trying to go to Vegas.
What's up, stove? Welcome to Germany. Like, it's just a great scene. I will say this. I didn't have anything handed to me, and I wouldn't have liked it if I did. And if somebody did out there, that's awesome. I'm proud of you. Great. All I know is everything in my life I've earned, and I want to earn more, and I don't want anything given to me. And that's just me. That's my philosophy. That's why perhaps you and I disagree on this, because I didn't grow up rich, and I've had to fight for everything, and I want the Broncos to have that same fight.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're saying for you, but also for your football team, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
You're sort of projecting your own story on the Broncos.
Yes.
You want the path to be the hardest. And I think that's cool. I think it's cool. And I respect how hard you've worked, and you've done an awesome job, and you've earned every opportunity that's been given to you. So I get it. I see where you're coming from. I'm just fundamentally going to say I'd rather play the Steelers in the divisional round. But here's some credit for you. The 0930, during the preseason, you guys ran a promo with Cecil saying it was the Broncos' turn to win the AFC West. He turned out to be right. So, yeah, I mean, you were on the sense of you knew this team, and we all did pick 13 wins. But
we're the 13ers.
You knew this team was better than not only everyone locally, but everyone nationally was willing to give them credit for. And
that's why the Charles Robinson report wasn't a shock to me, because I was like, you should be able to look at this roster, and Sean Payton specifically and Bo Nix, you should be able to look at that combination and go, yeah, that's a Super Bowl team.
But you also didn't do it to just have your orange and blue pom-poms. You
No,
said it
no.
because you actually believed it.
Well, I'm a football guy, and trust me, when I'm wrong about football, everyone lets me know it. And that's something that I encourage. I've always told people, and I've told the listening audience over 20 years, I'm not going to be right about every player that I analyze, but I'm going to give you more information than anybody else. And I'm going to give you what I personally believe. And I am going to be wrong. And part of the nerve-wracking thing about my job is that I know I'm going to be wrong. And damn it, I don't want to be wrong. But I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm going to study. I'm going to put more work into football than anybody else. And so when I say something, I say it with my heart. And my heart energy has always said, this Super Bowl 60 is theirs until it's not. It's still theirs.
Yeah, and Pro
Go get
Football
it.
Focus has them as the favorites. David chimes in and says, I agree with Cecil because no one will be able to see that Bo Nix didn't beat anybody on the way to winning the Super Bowl. So David's on your side. There's another nice one for you. We're still recovering from Steve's text that David agrees with you that he
I'm
wants...
not going to have to go to counseling because of Steve's text.
He wants the narrative to not be, Bo did it because of his defense, or Bo did it because of an easy schedule. Bo did it because he beat the best teams. And in your world, beating Buffalo or Jacksonville and then New England and then the Rams would obviously, the Bo Nix haters would have nothing to say at that point.
And the thing is, in life, everything's about time. It's not worth my time to think about what other people are saying about me or the Broncos or whatever. They're still going to say that. Give the Broncos the toughest path. Give them last-second field goals. Will Lutz is the Super Bowl MVP. Give him everything. Every single game is a fight. Every single game is down to the wire. No matter that, the Bo Nix haters, and by the way, now on other stations say, we love Bo Nix. You didn't love Bo Nix. We all know that. We got the receipts. Just waiting for Bo to win the Super Bowl. Kev's going to release him. We will go public with that, and we don't even care. Because we're the 13ers, and we're going to do that. And, Kev, I'm going to be happy to retweet you, my friend.
The Knicks files.
But we actually will release the Knicks files. We won't just sit on them or redact them all the way through. No, we're going to name names. We're going to name names. There's a bunch of liars out there in the local media talking about how they love Bo Nix. They're still going to say that. No matter how the Broncos play, the Broncos win the Super Bowl, they're still going to be a fact. Well, I mean, they had the number one seed, so they didn't play anybody. And because of that, people are going to hate on Bo. And my answer to that is, I hope you feel good. I hope you're all right. Because Bo's going to win it all.
This year.
He's going to win it all.
I love it. I love it. Save that segment, Kev, right there. Cecil Lammey on New Year's Eve declaring that Bo Nix will be a Super Bowl champion here in about 6 weeks. Speaking of Bo, he was in our poll of who is the most responsible for turning around the Broncos. I think the number one answer is obvious to some, but may surprise others, and we'll give you that next.
Denver and Los Angeles are squaring off for their final game of the regular season. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting 4 hours before kickoff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Babe, your arms look look amazing. Working out is paying off.
Thanks. I just wish my chest matched. No matter what I do, I'm frustrated with my man boobs.
Hey, don't beat yourself up. More than half of men have gynecomastia. It's gland tissue, not laziness. Same thing is happening to my friend Trisha's husband. He went to Dr. Cameron Dastery at Modern Surgical Arts of Denver.
For real? You get good results?
He got great results. Call him, honey.
Call today. They're offering complimentary consultations for the fan listeners. 303-470-3400 or at modernsurgicalarts.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone. Oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040, it's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all. The car you actually want with zero down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. Zero down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Ever wanted to try an Olympic and Paralympic sport? Try fencing. It's fast, safe, and easy to start. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That last conversation sparked a ton of reaction. It's honestly split right down the middle.
No way.
Yeah, it really
No
is.
way.
I mean, no joke, that segment, Cease, we probably got, 60-ish text, and 30 of them are on your side of like, hey, we want the narrative to be we beat the best teams and earn Lombardi.
Right.
And 30 on my side are like, I don't care, because guess what? 3 years from now, no one's going to remember. They're just going to remember the Denver Broncos earned their 4th Lombardi trophy.
We all want the same thing at the end. It's how do you get there? Kev is part of the 13ers. It's our official group, our trio. We're crewing up, Kev. You got to break the tie. If the text line is split and YouTube is split and we're split, what does the president of the Bo Nix fan club, Kevin Kistner, say?
Well, let me throw this out real quick. I looked at the Eagles last year. They took on the 7 seed, the 4 seed, and the 6 seed.
Wow.
To get to the Super Bowl. Yeah, so I don't care. I want the easiest path.
Let's go!
I didn't want to play Tom Brady in an AFC championship. I didn't want to play Ben Roethlisberger back in 2015, but that's what the Broncos were dealt.
Do you know during the Brady era that the 2 championships the Steelers got, 40 and 43, they never had to go through Brady?
That's crazy.
Yeah, but people remember. People don't forget.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, during the Brady era, the 2 times you didn't have to go through them, you won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You want to be that?
How many people know that other than Steeler fans?
Me?
But you do this for a living. The average person doesn't walk around going, "Ooh, those Steelers Lombardis don't count because they didn't beat Brady."
Well, I mean, one was the Super Bowl 40 was a terrible game.
Well, the Broncos should have been in that football
Exactly.
game. Yes.
Exactly. So, and they would have beat Seattle too, and then Seattle fans would have cried about how the game was rigged because that's what they cry about. 43 was the Cardinals with that amazing James Harrison play. It took everything they had. Santonio Holmes, like doing the tiptoe thing, like that was an amazing contest. So, yeah, they did it, but they also did it, and they didn't have to go through Brady. What's better than beating someone? People think the Broncos aren't the best in the league, and that pisses me off. I want to shove it in their face. I want them to prove Buffalo. I want every Bills fan to go back to drinking too much and eating too much and crying in their beer. Because that's all they do. That's all they've ever done. I want that so bad. I want Jacksonville fans to go back to their small market and be quiet. I want Patriots fans to know that, hey, your guy's good, but he ain't Bo Nix good, right? I want everyone to know that. How do you make them know that? You run. Marshawn Lynch said, you run through a blankety-blanker's face. That's what I want the Broncos to do.
All right, but my retort to that would be, you know how I do that? I show them my fat ring on my finger.
You just show the trophy?
I mean, you've seen the Super Bowl 50 rings. We've been fortunate enough
Mace
to
has one.
Work with guys who have them. Mace has one. And my buddy Ryan Harris has one. Other folks. Like, I've tried the thing on. It's bling. And that was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
How special is the what is Greg Penner going to make the Super Bowl 60 ring look like? And that's how you shut the haters up. And I don't care if you beat the Steelers or if a surprise team emerges in the NFC.
Well, other than the Steelers, who's the easy path? We have one team that's the easy path. You're going to have a hard path. Eventually.
The AFC title game is going to be hard. Regardless of who it is, it's going to be hard.
And
I think we agree on that.
Whereas I think in basketball, the Western Conference Finals, OKC and Nuggets, hopefully, that's going to be the NBA Finals because whoever comes from the East is going to get waxed. People mad at me. I'm wearing a Knicks sweatshirt. I'm like, well, then buy me a Nuggets sweatshirt.
But just look at the odds makers. They agree with you. I mean, all the favorites to win the title, more or less, are in the West. It's the Nuggets, it's the Thunder, it's the Spurs, it's the Rockets.
But I can't say that about the AFC. They're going to have a battle in the AFC Championship, and the Super Bowl is going to be a battle. Give me all battles, man. I'm ready for it.
All battles. All right, I love it. Speaking of battles, they have fought to get to this point, and there's 4 men who were in our poll question about the most responsible for turning around the Broncos. This was all over our Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan social medias, and the 4 candidates, in no particular order, were owner Greg Penner, GM George Payton, head coach Sean Payton, and QB Bo Nix. Who's the most responsible? And I think we can agree all 4 are very responsible. You need a great owner. You need a solid GM.
Right.
You need a stud head coach.
Right.
And you need a quarterback who oozes confidence and shows up in the biggest moments, and that's what Bo Nix does. But the results of the poll did surprise me a little bit because there was an overwhelming winner, and there was 2 guys who got less than 10% of the vote. Sean Payton got 57% of this vote. Greg Penner, 28%. Bo Nix, 9%. And George Payton, 8%. 8%, excuse me. Who would you have picked, and does this surprise you?
I would have picked Greg Penner a lot higher than where he was. Bo Nix would be number 1. Greg Penner would be number 2. And actually, Greg Penner might actually be number 1. Because of everything that he does in the direction of the team that's been put in place by the ownership group. It's Greg running the show, but it's the group having the mindset of the cost doesn't matter. The results matter. And the results are what that group wants. They want a Super Bowl. They want to build a Super Bowl winning franchise. They're the richest owner in sports. And this isn't a hobby. This isn't a side project. This is what Greg Penner wants his team to be. And Greg Penner is the best because he goes to the football guys like, hey, you're really good. Now do your thing. Here's the money. Here's your players. Here's your GM. Here's everything you need. Here's the new field turf. Here's the new whatever, new scoreboard, new stadium, new whatever. Now go win. You have everything. You have no excuses. And I think in football and in life, the best thing is no excuses. The worst thing is excuses. Well, what had happened was imagine me the Bengals, right? Joe Burrow's never going to sniff a Super Bowl again, ever.
Cheapest ownership in the NFL.
Exactly. And so you're caught in a system where you're just never going to have what you need. You have all the resources and you have no excuses. It's the best combination you could have, and that's because of Greg Penner.
So you'd put Bo 1, Penner 2?
Or Penner 1, Bo 2.
Okay.
Something like maybe 1A if I'm going to ride the fence like Mike Evans.
You know what's funny is I'd actually agree with the pollsters on this. I would put Sean at 1, Greg at 2, Bo at 3, and George at 4.
Why?
I think Sean has just totally overhauled the culture and the disaster that was the Nathaniel Hackett tenure. And I understand it was short, but you can do a lot of damage in a year. And Nathaniel Hackett did a lot of damage.
Was it the culmination? And I'm definitely not going to take any blame away from Hackett, but do you think it was kind of just that 10 years? Do you think it was like, and then Hackett was the cherry on the crap sandwich?
Maybe, but we've got to remember that Hackett was in like year 7 of that 10-year stretch, right? I mean, he was 22, and it really started getting bad.
But didn't
like
the
16?
damage from the culture happen after 2016? 2016 was fine. You just had Trevor Siemian, who wasn't good. Like, 2016 was fine. Wasn't it really like the VJ era? VJ was going to get fired after 1 year, and Mike Shanahan was going to get hired with Kirk Cousins as his quarterback. John was told, allegedly, or whatever I have to say, that he can't do that. You can't hire Mike Shanahan back. So VJ keeps his job. It's second-year VJ. Oh, my God, he got fired. Whoa, shocker. And then they go to Vic Fangio. That would never work.
Guy ordered a cheeseburger at a steakhouse.
Guy didn't own a suit.
Yeah.
You're that old, you don't own a suit? For the love of God, you can't wear sweatpants all the time. So it's like, and then Hackett. So it is Hackett, but I think the culture was corrupt at the end of the Elway era and then before this new era with George Payton. I think that was corrupt. So Sean did change that culture, but I think it was also George helping to change that culture. George was 4th on both of our lists, but I think George was the beginning of the culture change, even with him hiring Hackett, which was the dumbest decision ever.
And trading for Russell Wilson. I mean, George took 2 really big swings.
John Schneider flim-flammed him. I fully believe that. He just flim-flammed him. At a damn McDowell's or whatever. Why am I thinking Coming to America? Like, not Low Millers. What, this little tiny tavern
in Indy?
In Indy, yeah. I've been there
You're not
a few
thinking
times.
of St. Elbo's with the jumbo shrimp. You're thinking of the other place.
Right.
Yeah.
The little tiny spot, that good pizza.
Where they negotiated the Russell Wilson trade.
Yes, on a napkin. You got flim-flam, George. You just did. Take it on a chin and move on.
Yeah, and I've been vocal that I'm not George Payton's biggest fan, but at the same time, he has had some really good drafts, and he deserves to be in this conversation. But yes, he is 4th on my list, much like yours. That said, Bo Nix only getting 9%. Does that feel low?
Yes, it does.
Because this guy, and we saw the stat after the Chiefs game, first QB ever to throw for more than 7,500 yards, 50 touchdowns, and win 20-plus games in his first 2 seasons.
Right.
I mean, you wrap your mind around that. There's been Hall of Famers for the last 80 years in this league. And Bo's the first guy ever, 7,500-plus passing yards, 50-plus touchdowns, 20-plus wins. You can't even say it's an elite company because he's in company of his own. I mean, that's incredible, and I wouldn't have voted for him, but 9% does feel low.
Yeah, it feels way too low for a franchise quarterback. And if you're just thinking Bo's a franchise quarterback now, Fox Force 5, baby, catch up.
Little late to the party. All right, I mentioned it briefly, but
Wait, you don't know Fox Force 5?
Oh, you finally got me. You finally got me.
Oh, my God. You
Yep.
don't. Uma Thurman
Okay.
in Pulp Fiction, when she was talking about the TV pilot that she created, it was Fox Force 5, and she told a joke about what's the mama ketchup say to the baby ketchup who's behind?
Yep.
Like ketchup, whatever.
You can tell my genre of movie because you couldn't get me on Mean
Superbad.
Girls, Old School, Bridesmaids,
Superbad,
Superbad. Yes.
No Pulp Fiction.
Gosh, I've seen it once, a long time ago.
Wow, you didn't like it? You didn't love it?
It just didn't. It's clearly not on my list of rewatchable because I've only seen it one time, and your reference finally got me.
All right.
It
Well,
finally got
watch
me.
it from me. Just something you don't have something to do someday. You want some on in the background, put on
Okay.
Pulp Fiction.
Speaking of, real quick, have you watched the Elway doc yet?
No, not yet.
I watched it last night.
Did it tell you anything that you didn't already know?
So it did in the sense of I know the drive, obviously.
Yeah,
It's the most
yeah.
iconic drive in NFL history,
Yes.
certainly in Broncos history. But just getting like a 15-minute dedicated behind-the-scenes portion of the drive was cool because it just felt like a little bit more of a history lesson,
Okay,
right?
okay, yeah.
So, no, it didn't tell me anything I didn't know in terms of big picture, but there were details I'd learned in watching that documentary. By the way, Stinks in the doc saying the Duke of Denver, but his face is never on. And I was a little bummed.
That beautiful porcelain skin?
I know. He's like, I filmed this thing a couple years ago, and they used my voice, but where's my face? Where's my face?
Mark Schlereth needs FaceTime.
Yeah, we got, you got Rod Smith, you got Shannon Sharp, you got Mark Jackson, you obviously have a ton of John, you have John's ex-wife, you have John's children, a lot of people. But Stink should feel a little snubbed. It's like
Definitely.
I'm gonna film this thing, and then my beautiful face
Well,
doesn't even
when
get
they do
10 seconds.
like the Amazon games or whatever, and the NFL films will come in here, and they'll get like Mike Evans. They'll use Mike Evans' voice,
right?
But he's not as beautiful as Mark Schlereth is.
Oh, Mark's beautiful. He's beautiful. It's good though. You should check it out. Again, you're not gonna learn a ton.
That's the reason why it's further down on my watch list, because I'm like, what's it going to tell me about Elway I don't already know?
It is a fun trip down memory lane, and it's cool how it comes full circle. No spoilers, but a little spoiler. Just sort of where John's mindset is now versus when he was a player and a GM.
Philosophical question. Is nostalgia a form of depression?
Ooh, that's deep.
I told you I get crunchy, baby. You got to watch out when you come in here.
I think nostalgia is like anything. Small doses, it's fine.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You know, it's like
everything in moderation.
Moderation.
Even nostalgia.
Even nostalgia.
Got it.
That a little bit of something is fine. But, you know, maybe you should.
If I'm stuck in the 90s, you know, driving my IROC, like maybe I should upgrade.
Like, do you really need that fifth pop? You know, maybe stop. Maybe stop. Moderation, baby. Moderation. I was going to make a soda analogy, but you do have your Mountain Dews. So.
Zero. Mountain Dew zero.
Zero.
Zero
That's
sugar,
true.
0 calories.
And we both got our G-Zeros as well.
Of course,
so
always.
we're on the same page there. All right. I mentioned it briefly, but Pro Football Focus has a simulation, and the Denver Broncos are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. We'll give you the details next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Peyton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Toyotathon is on at Corwin Toyota. Save big when you lease a new 2025 Tacoma SR5 for just $369 down and $369 a month, or drive off in a new 2025 RAV4 XLE for as little as $399 down and $399 a month. Unwrap your holiday savings during the Toyotathon sales event. Visit us off Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
Soon, if not already, businesses throughout the world will draft their mission statements. These complicated documents, filled with legal jargon and mysterious words, define corporate goals and objectives. We do that, but ours is different. This is Glenn Jameron, president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Our mission boils down to two simple words. If we dedicate ourselves to these two words, everything else will follow. What are they? Be kind. The English language contains hundreds of thousands of words, but at Alpine Bank, two are all we need. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're having a blast here on a Wednesday. Happy New Year's Eve to you. Hope you got plans tonight. Whether those
Just
plans,
be safe.
Yep, involve going out and about or sitting on your couch. Ring in 2026.
Going to the Avs game, enjoy some fireworks.
Yeah, fireworks on the ice, hopefully, because it's Jordan Binnington in net against Mackenzie Blackwood. And if you missed it, Jordan Binnington was named to Team Canada's roster. Blackwood and Wedgwood were not, as Team Canada released its official Olympic roster today. Devon Tage joins Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar from the Avalanche. But yes, be safe, Cease. I like that. And you've told the folks, you can tell them again if they're just tuning in. You're just chilling tonight, my guy.
Yeah, just get up there in the beautiful mountains of Roxborough. Whoever gets offended over that, it's so funny. But yeah, I'm going to be at home, and that's about it. So just the way I like it.
Check out Ohio State, Miami tonight. Be interested in that. First of the 4 quarterfinals in the college football playoff. But I want to get back to something we've referenced a little bit, but it's really interesting because Pro Football Focus, you either love them or you hate them, but you've probably heard of them. And they came out with their latest simulation for the Super Bowl, and the Broncos are an overwhelming favorite, a 17% chance, number 1 in the NFL, to win the Super Bowl. Whether you love them or hate them, this is exciting because it's December 31st, and a very well-known source that GMs and agents use thinks the Denver Broncos have the highest odds to hoist the Lombardi Trophy.
Yeah, and now with that pressure, do the Broncos recognize that pressure? They kind of stay away from the headlines, especially Bo Nix. It gets to him. It just does. It gets to all of us. Somebody said something bad about you on Facebook. Oh, welcome to Facebook.
Yep.
So it does get through to these players, but inside that locker room, they don't really care. They're not dialed in of like, what's Nick Wright say about us? They just go play their game. So Pro Football Focus can have those odds in their favor. It's one of the reasons why, if we talk about like parade gauge, as we do on this show, okay, the Avs are going to have a lot of pressure, and I think that pressure is going to be massive for them based on who they are.
Yeah, it's cup or bust.
It's cup or bust 1,000%. I don't feel that the Broncos will have that same amount of pressure, even though they are, the best record in the league or high seed or whatever you want to say. Like that's where they're at. That's who they are. This isn't a bad Broncos team. This is an elite Broncos team. This isn't a team that got lucky. You don't get lucky to 13 wins.
No.
For the love of God. Like, this is an elite level team, but I don't believe that they have the same amount of pressure. Maybe it's because they're just kind of starting things, and the Avs have been there with Nathan McKinnon, and it's like, you've been there, and you've only got past the second round once. That's wrong. I don't think the Broncos will have that same amount of pressure. They won't feel that pressure from, hey, Pro Football Focus. Somebody in the media might ask him, hey, Sean, Pro Football Focus has the best odds, and he'll just be like, yeah, we don't care. He didn't even talk to him about winning the AFC West on Monday.
Yeah, and he called the merchandise ugly. Did you catch that?
Yeah, it is
like,
ugly.
Is that the best way to sell? Like, if you're the head of the marketing arm of the Broncos, do you really want the head coach calling the gear ugly?
No. But if you're the head of the marketing arm, do something better than just having a patch on a hat.
Well, it may not have been the Broncos. It could have been the NFL. We don't know the specifics.
Right.
But, yes, it's not the best-looking gear. And guess what? we don't want AFC West champions gear. We want Super Bowl champions gear, and I promise you everyone will be buying that in the middle of February if it comes out. Some other teams on this list: Seahawks second, 13.9% chance to win the Super Bowl. Rams third, 12.3%. Niners fourth at 9%. Look at that. It goes Broncos and then NFC West, NFC West, NFC West. To take this whole thing, the first AFC team listed is the Bills at 8.7% chance. I should say first after the Broncos, almost half the odds that Denver has. That's
weird. That's really weird. It's bizarre, but it's the state of where the Bills are right now. It's the state of where the Broncos are right now. It's odd that, where's the Patriots, everybody's darling? Where's Jacksonville, a really tough team, and a team the Broncos might have to have come to Denver again? We'll see if the outcome is much, much different this time.
Well, you ask, I've got the answers. New England's at 7.4%, Jacksonville at 6.3%. The Broncos do have a 30% chance, according to these simulations, of winning the AFC.
Is there any way we could see what the Eagles were last year? Kev, you're a wizard at Google. Because Pro Football Focus, did they have the Eagles as the number one team? Probably not. I mean, it was probably somebody like the Lions, right? Or the Vikings.
Or the Chiefs.
Whatever. Yeah, Lions, Vikings, Chiefs were probably number one. So my question, it isn't necessarily about Pro Football Focus. It would just merely be, how accurate are they in these, Week 18 Super Bowl predictions? Are they very accurate? Are they completely inaccurate? My guess is it's probably the latter. So it's interesting that they're number one, but it's not the gospel, just like PFF shouldn't be the gospel for anybody.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you. I just, as a Broncos fan, it excites me because we haven't been in this position in over a decade, or exactly a decade, where we were Super Bowl favorites this late in the season. And I think, too, with that, you mentioned it, I don't think the players are feeling the pressure because I think they're ahead of schedule. Right? Whereas a Nathan McKinnon and a Kale McCarr, Nathan told us at Media Day, it will be disappointing if we only get one cup with this core. Those dudes aren't at the very end of their careers, but they're firmly in the middle or maybe a little toward the back end of their primes. You look at Bo Nix, Nick Bonito, Pat Surtain, these guys are going to have a real shot to win the Super Bowl the next, decade? 7-8 years at least? They want to get it done. They're pro athletes. They want to reach the mountaintop. But if they don't reach it for whatever reason this year, no one's going to be saying, the window is closing on the Broncos.
Right,
it's the opposite. The window's just opening on the Broncos.
Where's the window on the Avs?
Let's do degrees, okay? So this is, and I know I'm on radio, but I'm on YouTube too. This is 180 degrees,
okay,
right?
Yes.
90 degrees is right in the middle.
Right.
I'm going to say it's at 110 degrees toward the closed. So it's slightly more closed than open.
Okay.
But there's still a big chunk of real estate here that's open.
I think that's very, very fair.
Whereas if Nikola had popped his ACL the other night, I may have just closed the Nuggets window. That would have been depressing.
Yeah.
I said it on Denver Sports Tonight last night. I didn't want to do radio last night if that had happened. Right? And I know it's our job and we have to come in, but no one wants to crack the mic and be like, yeah, your window's closed. That's not fun.
Right.
That's not fun to pass along to people. And we'll get into Nikola a little more in hour number 4. But, yeah, I'd say the Broncos window, just to use that 180 analogy, it's only 20 degrees open. I mean, it's just starting to open. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's just starting to open. If you wanted it at 40 degrees or whatever because they're in the playoffs last year.
True.
I know it's not halfway open. I know it's not wide open. I know they're just starting this thing. And that gives you a lot of positivity for the future. But I always say, don't kick the can. Dan Marino went to one Super Bowl his second year. Never went back. Never sniffed it. And he's known as the greatest passer of all time. Oh, but he didn't win a Super Bowl. He's never in the conversation of best quarterbacks of all time. And I'm here to tell you, brother, why do I go Hulk Hogan sometimes? Eat your vitamins and say your prayers, brother. And Dan Marino he's the best pure passer I've ever seen.
And he has no
His
rings.
release was just lightning quick. He had pinpoint accuracy. He had a strong arm. He couldn't move. Statue of Liberty's more mobile than he is. But it's he's never in the conversation. Ever. And it's a tragedy because as a passer, he was superior to anybody in history.
So you're going full Eminem. You got to seize moments, seize opportunities. That's what the Broncos need to do here.
Because here's the thing. I think maybe it's a coping mechanism of kick the can. Well, I mean, they'll get him next year, guys. What if they don't?
Next year's never given, man.
What if they don't? Hey, look at the Lions.
You got to win championships when you have a chance to win championships.
You want to be the Bills? Every 7 years? It's our year, guys. 7 years in a row. It's never your year. Seriously, what do you want? You want to be champions. How do you get champions? You go get it. It's never your turn. You never wait for it. You go get it in football and in life. And I want the Broncos to really have that motivation, that mantra, that impetus to go get this thing.
Well, they got a big gift from Jim Harbaugh because he's resting Justin Herbert and a lot of the LA starters. We'll get an injury report here in the next couple hours, see who exactly won't play. But let's dive into that gift and how the Broncos need to seize it coming up next.
Will the Broncos avenge their early season loss to the Chargers and roll into the postseason with a win? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football Postgame Show, presented by Modelo, live on game day from Mile High Station starting 2 hours before kickoff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
January is full of, hey, I'll start tomorrow quotes, but a soda, weight loss, is full of people who finally said no, really, today. And once the weight comes off and the energy comes back, excuses don't stand a chance. Soda delivers fast, easy, convenient weight loss that fits real life. No hunger, no guesswork, and support from a real nutritionist who actually texts you back. That's why they have nearly 9,000 positive Google reviews and thousands of jaw-dropping before and after photos, just like mine, where I lost 60 pounds with sodaweightloss.com. It worked for me naturally, no injections, no pills, natural weight loss. It's fantastic. 60 pounds gone for me, and it's never coming back. And right now, the perfect gift for the two of you. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. 2 people, 1 program, 1 life-changing start to 2026. Soda Weight Loss. That's sodaweightloss.com, S-O-T-A. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state-of-the-art.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Anna had a very severe brain injury.
My dad got in contact with Berg Simpson.
They didn't think about the money. They thought about what was best for Anna. That's all that mattered to me, just making sure that she was okay.
Not only would I recommend Berg Simpson to others, I have recommended Berg Simpson to others.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hey Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Hour number 4 on this New Year's Eve. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. Rolling with my guy Cecil Lammy. Having a lot of fun. RamosLaw.com text line on fire. As always, appreciate the tribe. 303-713-1043. Keep them coming. Again, I read them all. Can't get to all of them on air, but love seeing all your New Year's resolutions for Denver sports
resolutions.
Teams. Yes,
right.
For sports team. You know, if you want to lose that 20 pounds, no one's stopping you. But
except you.
It's not the kind of
and
text
Domino's
we're looking for. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Did you know, and I just saw this, so sorry if I'm, like kind of breaking us up here a little bit, but like MTV shutting down tomorrow?
Like officially
today.
Off the air.
Today. MTV shuts down forever today. Is that right? It's on Twitter. Who the hell knows? It's the internet. Who knows what's true? Who knows what's not? But like,
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but don't they run 24 hours of like...
There's a different MTV that actually has videos. People don't know about it, but it's like the second MTV or whatever, and it actually has videos all day.
No, but what was that show? Is it like Robin Drake or something?
Yeah.
Factory or something?
Sure. They have a bunch of reality shows, Teen Mom or whatever. Like,
yeah,
that's
but I think they phased everything out, and they just run some repeats over and over and over again, and now it sounds like they're just going off the air, which... For people of a certain age, yourself, myself.
Okay, thank you for putting us together.
That's actually disappointing because, dude, like 2001, 2002, TRL, Total Request Live, Carson Daly, that was like must-see when you got home from school. Who's going to be the number one video? Is it going to be Britney Spears? Is it going to be NSYNC, Backstreet Boys?
Right.
Really, if MTV is truly just going away, that is kind of the end of an era.
Yeah, again, I don't know if it's true or not, but I read it on the internet, so it has to be true.
Well, good thing you read it and then passed it along to everyone. No verification. But you know what? I had seen some chatter about that too. I mean, I know like I have it in my cable package, so I'll just click on it tomorrow and see if it's there or not, and I'll shoot you a text and let you know.
Okay. Are they going to lower our cable bill since it'll be one less channel?
Ooh.
Oh, wait, no. The answer is no.
Don't want to go through that. I know exactly what you're referencing. A dark time in cable negotiations with some of our teams here in Denver. All right, Chargers doing the Broncos a big favor. Big favor. Jim Harbaugh saying that they're not going to play Justin Herbert, and then his exact quote was, guys with the most bumps and bruises won't be out there as well. So we know no Herbert. We dove a little into Trey Lance, but I mean, I'm looking through this team right now, and you got, Omarion Hampton, who's battled injuries all year. When he's been on the field, has looked pretty good.
Yes, he has.
Kamani Vidal, another running back who sort of emerged out of nowhere. He is battling something. We may not see him. You go to wide receiver. Are you really going to play a Keenan Allen in this type of game?
Ladd McConkey, who's battled some injuries.
Yeah, Quentin Johnston. I mean, what do you expect in terms of Sunday? And again, we'll get more clarity once this injury report drops. But
right.
Like, is this really going to be the Chargers JV at Empower Field at Mile High?
Wow. I mean, it kind of feels that way, right? We may see a lot of Trey Harris and Darius Davis, maybe Oronde Gadsden because he's a rookie tight end, which I wish the Broncos would have drafted. But yeah, I mean, a lot of Jarrett Patterson at running back. This could be get your roster ready because you have no idea who these players are. That's who it could be for the Chargers.
And then in that case, and I'm sure Sean will get asked about it today, maybe not this bluntly, but I'll just ask you, in that case, do style points matter? Like, how important is it that Week 18 this year looks like Week 18 last year in terms of it is a total beatdown and laugher? We all saw the footage of the Bengals tuning into the game because they're like, well, we need the Chiefs. And then the depression that set in when they realized they had no chance of Kansas City's backups upsetting the Broncos. Is that how this game needs to look on Sunday in your eyes?
I don't think style points matter at all whatsoever. Get through with a win. Stay healthy, get a win.
But if you beat Trey Lance 13-10, is that going to inspire a lot of confidence?
You're going to have the first round bye. That's all you need. That's all you care about.
I disagree with you.
13-10. Why do style points matter against a meaningless game?
Because you want some swagger going into that bye week, man.
So in week 1 of the regular season, are you like, man, that last preseason game, they had a bunch of style points. They're ready to roll.
No, because those are backups playing. The Broncos are going to play their starters because they need their starters to secure the number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think the guys would be feeling good going into the bye, walking off the field 41-7 victors on Sunday.
But they'd know in the back of their mind they just beat up on a bunch of slappies. So for me, just
but they
get a
haven't
win.
beat up on slappies all the time this year.
So again, I'll go back to who are they?
They win close games.
Okay, guess what they're going to do Sunday? Probably going to win a close game.
Do we really need that stress? Come on, man. It's
How
the
is that
new
stress?
year. I want the 1 seed. I do not want to be the 2 or the 3.
No. They'll be the 1 seed. I'm predicting a Broncos win. But how is there stress if there's no style points? But they stay healthy and they get a win.
4:45. I'm on the edge of my couch.
Nuggets fans are going through stress right now. That's stress, brother. But as far as like they beat the Chargers 13-10, big deal. It's week 18. It's basically meaningless. It's got a big meaning as far as like the number 1 seed. But style points don't. Dover does this all the time.
No, if it's 10-10 in the fourth quarter,
maybe
I'm
young
going
guys
to be
talking about
stressed.
style. Like, it's style point don't matter.
I'm rocking my new Vineyard Vines that I got for Christmas. I haven't gotten complimented on
there
it yet.
There you go.
No. What
I don't know what Vineyard Vines is, but I was going to say I like your quarter zip.
Thank you. I feel like I'm speaking Greek though. If it's 10-10 in the fourth quarter, I'm going to be stressed. I think the majority of Broncos country will be stressed. There's no reason for this game to be 10-10 in the fourth quarter. This game should be.
It should be Jarrett Stidham in the fourth quarter.
28-6 in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
so that wouldn't bother you.
But
hey,
who
if you're
are
getting
they?
ready to fire up YouTube for Orange and Blue post game live.
Oh, trust me, I go through different scenarios. I'll start the fourth quarter against the Eagles and be like, I'm going to tear this team a new. And then because I don't live tweet, I go, oh, they won. Okay, good. I'm going to respond that way. So it's very in the moment.
You're a little too zen for me right now, my friend. Oh, it's 10-10. Everything's going to be fine. I promise you, Broncos country is not going to be happy if it's 10-10 in the fourth quarter.
You're asking them to be somebody that they aren't. I'm asking you just to deal with the reality of this is who they are.
Can I give you 2 examples of when they were that team?
Green Bay.
Well, Green Bay, but Green Bay's actually good. I'm talking about against bad teams.
Okay. Raiders.
Jake Browning this year.
Okay, yes.
Backup QB, you beat him 28-3 in a ho-hum blowout on Monday Night Football.
Sure, right.
And then with a roster that's 80% the same, Week 18 last year against the Chiefs. So if I'm VJ and I'm Sean, those are the 2 tapes I'm showing around the facility this week. Here's what we did in Week 18 last year against backups. And yes, I know it was 3 months ago, but here's what we did in Week 4 against the Bengals when they also had to play a backup.
Okay.
We have it deep in us. You know, you're citing a lot of examples that are relevant when they have played teams closer than they should. But I did just give you 2 examples of when they've taken care of bad teams by healthy and comfortable margins.
Yes, and that would be nice. I would love nothing more than a comfortable Sunday. I would love nothing more than a stress-free Sunday. But you see all these gray hairs? That's probably from my kids. It's from the Broncos this year. Okay, that's just who they are. I'm not going to lose my mind. Neighbor's dog barks. Not barks too much and not like needs help or whatever. But like if your dog barks once in a while, the neighbor's dog, whatever, dog's gonna bark.
That's
baby.
what dogs do. They bark.
Yeah. Broncos, they win a tight game against a slappy team. Yeah, whatever. That's what they've done. So would it be nice? Would style points be nice? Yeah, I ain't here for style, baby. I'm here for the W. So as long as you tell me they stayed healthy, number 1, stayed healthy and got the W, number 2, I'm good. No concern.
You wouldn't reverse that? Get the W, number 1, stay healthy, number 2?
It's stay healthy because they're going to the playoffs. You know what I mean? They're a dangerous team. They're an elite level team. They're going to the playoffs. They need everybody to stay healthy. We're just dealing with Nicola not being healthy. I don't want any of that bad mojo on the Denver Broncos right before the postseason. So number 1 is stay healthy.
Yeah, and I was just thinking out loud. I tend to agree with you because even if you somehow lose but you're healthy,
right?
You got to win 3 playoff games instead of 2 to go to the Super Bowl.
Didn't Mace have on DenverSports.com? There's 2 other ways the Broncos can win the number 1 seed without winning. They win, that's it. That's theirs. But I believe Mace had it on DenverSports.com of there's 2 other ways. I think it's Patriots losing and maybe Jacksonville losing, something like that. So there's other combinations.
Your boy had that. Yeah, I just got to give my credit where it's due.
Okay.
Yes, I had the scenarios.
I saw the headline.
Yes.
I saw the headline.
There's 3 ways. The simplest is they win.
Okay, what's the other 2?
The second is the Jags either lose or tie, but to the Titans. And the Patriots lose to the Dolphins, so probably not going to happen.
Okay,
and then the third one is very bizarro. The Broncos tie and the Patriots lose. You would be the number 1 seed. Okay. Let's keep it simple. You win and you're the number 1 seed.
But number 1, stay healthy because you are going to the playoffs.
Yes. All right, a lot of texts about my Vineyard Vines. Maybe we'll get to some of those.
Am I supposed to know? Again,
this is like a pretty cool, hip, trendy brand.
Okay.
With the little, what is that, a whale?
You've seen the way that I dress. Do I strike you as either hip or trendy, or do I strike you as just me? I'm just me.
You're just you.
I'm just me.
You got a Knicks logo. I got a Vineyard Vines logo.
I'm wearing one of my comic book T-shirts, Smoking Gun Comics. Shout out. So
that sort of sums the 2 of us up. Right
Vineyard
there.
Vines. You can be stylish and young and fresh, and I can be, super zen old guy. Wait till you see my Rasta hat.
Ooh, okay. All right. Bust it out. Bust it out next time I am back. You brought up Jokic. We haven't talked about Jokic since 10 a.m., the start of the show. How are the Nuggets going to fare without the Joker? We will do that next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Her face lights up whenever you're around.
That's why the diamond you give her can't be like any other.
At Williams Jewelers, exceptional brilliance is in our DNA. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. We grew up in the diamond business.
And as direct diamond importers, we personally hand select every diamond.
Going through hundreds at a time, looking for what really matters. Life.
Like people, no two diamonds are the same.
Some just sit there. And then there are those rare gems that explode with fire and brilliance.
A diamond that shines like no other.
And surprisingly, it's rarely about price. No one sells a more beautiful diamond for less. That's the Williams Diamond Guarantee.
So if you found the woman who loves like no other,
give her the diamond that shines like no other from Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Enjoy this run to the playoffs and be safe when you're going to the games or to parties. If you do get into an accident, make the right call to Flanagan Law. While the other guys blend in, I stand out. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when you need it most.
Kick off 2026 with your 10-time national champions, your Denver Pioneers hockey team in Magnus Arena, January 2nd and 3rd.
Took it into the offensive end, now taken away. Here's Rieger Lorenz. Two Tigers got bodied up with each other. Lorenz in front, backhanded, a save made by Americo. The best chance of the night for Denver.
BU will host Maine. Denver Hockey versus Maine, presented by Wendy's. Tickets available online now. See you in 2026.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
The Denver Nuggets dodged a bullet on Monday night. There's no other way to slice it. When Nikola Jokic went down in a heap of pain, it was nervous time. You could see
nightmare fuel.
The season and perhaps the entire title window flashing before our eyes. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cease. And Cease, it wasn't just when he went down. That was super scary, don't get me wrong, but it was the walk to the locker room. And my mind went to the darkest places. I thought he had torn an ACL. And this guy's over 30 years old now. He's a big man. You never know what he would look like if that had happened. I'm so thankful we don't have to talk about it. Yes, he still would have had his mind, but physically, I don't know if he ever would have been the same. So thank goodness it's only a hyperextended knee, and he's going to be out a month with a bone bruise. Never been so happy for a guy to be out a month. That's a superstar player, right?
Yeah, it's a very odd way to put it, but it's the most accurate way to put it because this thing could have been a lot worse for the Denver Nuggets. It could have shut your championship window this year and into next year. Now that's still there. You still got 7 games with OKC. That's what I'm calling it. I said Super Bowl 60 is the Broncos until it's not. I'm saying 7 games with OKC. That's where the Nuggets are heading, and you end up in the direction you're going. What direction are they going with Nikola Jokic? It's to the Western Conference Finals. So get there, get him healthy, get him right. And the nice thing is the timing of this injury, again, kind of odd, but it's not like right before the playoffs.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not like a month left before the playoffs, so it's like he's got a month and then like it's playoff time. No. Baby. See you in February. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's got a month. He'll be back. Christian healthy, AG healthy. This team can win some games. Now, how much can they win? This is where you and I have a disagreement.
We do.
I believe they can be at least 500. I said 500, and I think I'm low. If it's 20 games missed by Nikola Jokic, they can go 10-10. And my faith is in the return of Aaron Gordon, the return of Christian Brown, but my faith is all on Valanciunas as well, because they have a starting center that could start for, let's say, half of the NBA, which we believe is true.
Yeah.
They have a starting center as their backup. This isn't, Boogie Cousins or whatever. Name anybody. DeAndre Jordan, right? Big DJ out there. Like, this isn't any of that.
Mason Plumlee
with the little short arms or whatever. Like, this is a real legitimate starting center that gets to come in and now be a starter for the Denver Nuggets.
Mason Plumlee catching a stray on New Year's Eve from our guy, C.
He did have a odd body style, right?
Why are you throwing shade at a Duke guy on the last day of the year?
Because Duke sucks, and they always will.
Did you see the new recruit we just got, too?
We?
Yeah, we. Brotherhood.
Can I see that diploma from Duke, Kev?
Yeah.
It's at home.
Okay.
It's at home?
It's proudly framed on the wall.
Yeah, I didn't carry it.
Okay, I'm going to ask this, and this is kind of mean, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Because I can't do it, and if you can, I'm going to give you a bunch of credit, but I bet you can't either. Can anyone name or spell Krzyzewski?
Oh, gosh.
Coach K?
Yeah. And
starts
not just
with a K.
Can you spell Krzyzewski?
K-R-Y Krzyzewski.
I'm going to look it up. I'll do a spelling bee right now.
I'll go Krywsewzycky.
Nope. Kev.
All right. Krzyzewski. K-R-Y.
You're already wrong, by the way. Mike Krzyzewski, KRZYZEWSKI.
That's why we all just call
KRZ. Sounds like a radio station. You listen to KRZYZ.
You listen to Duke Basketball Breakdown on KRZYZ.
The Coach K Show coming up at 3 p.m. right here on KZYZ.
And Kevin Kistner breaking down the new recruit for the Blue Devils.
He's another 5-star.
Yeah. So you have a real center. I'm a real boy. You have a real center. Now, Shrek.
Yeah,
thank you. Okay,
the gingerbread man.
You got it. Or
Pinocchio.
Pinocchio. Yeah. So you have a real center. You have a starting center. Why do you think they can't go 500? Brother, come on. Shared moment with me. 500, right? Right?
No. Nicola's
Christian returning, AG returning. You can't go 500?
Hold on. Nicola's going to put the V in valuable over the next 20 games. Because his valuable player, although he can't win the award because he won't qualify with the 65
He's unlikely
games,
to be eligible
unlikely
for that.
unless
right.
he comes back in superhuman pace. The V in valuable will get amplified. Because, Cece, I'm here to tell you, and it's not fun. I don't love being the bearer of bad news. This is a 25-30 win roster without Nikola Jokic. We would be talking about ping pong balls and draft lottery and all of that without the Joker. And I'm sorry, man. In the next 20 games, let's call it 20 because we agree that's a nice round even number. They might go 7-13. They might go 6-14. And honestly, in a roundabout way, this is going to increase the appreciation for Nikola Jokic around the league because you're going to remove him from the equation and everyone's going to say, oh, the Nuggets suck without him. Yeah, he's the most valuable player because guess what? You take SGA off the Thunder, they'd still win 50 games. You take Jokic off the Nuggets, they're a 25-win basketball team.
I don't say this to be offensive, but get as offended as you like. That's a flowery theme that nobody should really care about. I don't care what other people think of Nikola Jokic. He is the best player on the planet. We all know it. And he's, the Joel Embiid. Yeah, of course, fake MVP. It should be him 5 times in a row. I don't need him to be gone to prove how valuable he is.
Well, that's what it's going to do, though.
But
That's what I'm telling you.
But we already know that.
No, but there's some idiots out there that vote against him that don't know that.
Who cares what those idiots say? They're idiots. Why do we give time to morons? They drag you down to their level.
Well, they cost him 2 MVP trophies.
Okay.
Those idiots are the reason he doesn't have 5 in a row.
This is maybe where you and I will diverge here because I could give a crap about the MVP. Unless we're talking finals MVP, and I know everyone gets all hurt because he's not 5-time. We already know he's the best player on the planet. There's nothing, they could go winless without him. And, well, that would be quite the exclamation point for you, and you'd get a coffee bet from me.
Yeah, but I don't want that.
We got
to
a
be
coffee
clear.
bet.
I'm not rooting against the Nuggets.
No,
I'm just telling you what
not.
I think's going to happen.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But I also, I don't care what other people say about, it's without him. Like, we already know he's the best player on the planet. I think Payton Watson, who's shown offensive responsibility that I thought, okay, I'd rather see Julian Strawther have more offensive responsibility, but Payton's come through. You're not going to the second apron for Payton, so wish him bye-bye after this year. But Payton Watson doing more, Aaron Gordon returning, Christian Brown returning. You've got Jamal, all-star Jamal Star, right? You've got that thing going. Big Val is a starter. The Cam Johnson injury, maybe this is what puts you over the top instead of me, is the Cam Johnson injury is that it's concurrent with Joker here. And I think the timelines should be the same. Is that right?
Well,
with Cam?
Johnson did his about a week or 2 before.
So maybe
Jokic.
Cam will be back a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But I say 500, and it's not me being pie in the sky. And obviously, for people watching on YouTube, I'm wearing a Knicks sweatshirt, so get as offended as you like. But, I just look at this team as it's going to hurt. It's really going to hurt. But they've got some really good players without Nikola Jokic. It's time for those guys to step up.
I hope you're right, man. I hope I owe you a coffee because guess what? At this point, the goal is to avoid the play-in, right? And I actually think the 6th seed is the sweet spot for the Nuggets because remember, the NBA just does a straight bracket. The NFL will reseed. If the Broncos are the 1 seed and the 7 seed wins, that's who's coming to Denver. The NBA will not. So if you're the 6, you're on the other side of the bracket from the Thunder, but you're also not in the play-in.
Right.
So in a perfect world, your path to the finals is 6-3, pull the upset, play the 2, whoever that is, pull the upset. I'm putting that in air quotes.
The 3 would be what, like Houston or something like that?
Or San Antonio,
okay,
yeah.
right.
And then Oklahoma City's waiting for you in the Western Conference Finals.
And OKC would love if you knocked off San Antonio.
They would
love that.
In a perfect world, again, if we're just talking bracket, we want San Antonio to be the 4 or the 5 because we would love to see Wemby versus the Thunder in round 2, and maybe they
take
do
them to
you the
7
big
at
favor.
least. Yeah,
but do you agree with that at least, that the goal at this point is to avoid the play-in? Because I heard Mike and Stoke talking about it. They think the Nuggets are definitely a play-in team.
What?
Yes, because they agree with me. They think the Nuggets are going to lose 13, 14 games in these next month to 6 weeks without Jokic, and that will drop them to the play-in. The other problem with the play-in, it's a play-in. You have one bad night, it can end your season.
Yeah.
You have 2 bad nights, it can make you the 8th seed. I said that backwards, but you know what I mean. 2 bad nights can end your season. 1 bad night, you fall, you're the 8th seed, and then you're playing the Thunder round 1. I've got that 6th seed circled, the 6th seed. Other side of the bracket from OKC and just outside the play, and that is the perfect sweet spot for the Denver Nuggets.
Well, speaking of sweet, I will tell you, Venti Pike's Place, because I'm getting this coffee, girl. Ain't no doubt. Venti Pike's Place for me, because I'm getting that bet. They're going to be over 500 without Joe, or I should say 500. So I guess our coffee bet is 49.999.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the line in the sand.
I think
right
they
there.
will be 500.
Okay.
Could be over, but will be. So Venti Pike's Place. And I don't need to know what coffee you want because I ain't losing this bet.
All right. I like coffee with a little extra in it. How's that sound? A little spice in my life.
Wait, a little
something,
flask?
something.
Little flask?
It's New Year's Eve,
I'll
baby.
get my backpack.
It's New Year's Eve. All right, be safe on New Year's Eve. Have fun.
I'm learning a lot about you today.
Yeah,
it's
whatever.
awesome. You don't sleep naked. You like a little, maybe whiskey in your coffee. It's fine. It's fine, baby. It's fine.
I'd go with Bailey's, but
Okay,
yeah.
Not too bad. Not too shabby.
Hey, Kevin Kistner's the best in the biz for a reason. Did a bunch of research on playoff teams in the AFC and their records against opponents over 500. Some interesting details that we will pass along next.
Will the Broncos end their stellar regular season with a divisional win before the playoffs? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you maxed out on credit cards? Are you struggling with high-interest debt? You could pay it off in days with Cake's Fast Cash Equity Loans. What's up, everybody? It's Cecil. Get the cash you need without touching your low mortgage rate. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. One Cake client recently got $180,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, cutting thousands in monthly expenses. That's absolutely huge. CakeHome.com's instant approval qualifies you with no hard credit pull at low rates. Call CakeHome.com now for a free instant appraisal to see how much cash you can get. CakeHome.com is A+ rated by the BBB with over 900 5-star Google reviews. CakeHome.com service is the best. Call now to start the conversation. It's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE to get relief today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE before time runs out. It's Cake Mortgage Corp, Eagle Housing Lender, NMLS 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
This holiday season, AutoNation is unwrapping the biggest gift of all, the car you actually want with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. With our coast-to-coast inventory of nearly 100,000 new and used cars, trucks, and crossovers, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. 0 down, no payments until April. That's the deal you deserve on the car you love. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store or AutoNation.com. Limited term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Dan Jacobs for 303 Law 4040, and I'm here with that beautiful voice you hear on the other end of the phone oftentimes when you call 303 Law 4040. It's my lovely wife, Kimberly. Kim, I know you and I had so much fun the other day. We actually met with a couple that had been in an accident up north in their house the other day, and Randy was so excited. He's like, I can't believe it. It's the lovely wife. She's right here in my kitchen.
He's too kind. It was really great to meet him and his wife and his pets and just be able to help them.
I think it helps that when you answer the phone, when people call 303 Law 4040, it makes things, I know calling a lawyer can be scary, but I don't know, your soothing voice just makes it a little bit easier.
Well, I just want to help. That's all. And I know how to do that.
I love the holidays. I always like to wish our listeners happy holidays. Would you like to do so as well?
Absolutely. Merry Christmas, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful new year.
And I hope you never need us, but just in case, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket ahead of the holidays. That's possible when you call American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and credit card rates are insane, in the 20s or even 30s. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt with rates in the low 5s. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and save money every month, all without upfront fees. Their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise without having to change jobs. Call now before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance is here. Their sleep experts will help find your dream bed from a quality selection. They make sleep easy.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so Kevin Kistner, our researcher here on the program. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cease.
A one-man research department, Kevin Kistner.
Yeah, you should be like KISS Stats and Info.
Yeah.
Get an LLC for that.
KFF?
KIF?
Kistner Football Focus.
Ooh.
KFF.
Where would your simulation
Kiss
have the
F?
Broncos?
Ooh, Kiss F.
Oh, Broncos at the top.
At 17% or even a little higher at KFF?
Like 95%. I don't know.
I love it. Well, he's done a bunch of research. And Kev, go ahead and hit us with the premise and what you have learned, because I think us and the listeners can glean something from this as well.
I think what really sparked this was I'm sick and tired of hearing about the Patriots. Patriots are so great. Patriots this, Patriots that. Drake May's MVP when he's not even leading any of the categories. But so I started looking at teams above 500. I looked at all the AFC teams and what their record is against above 500 teams this year. Our Denver Broncos, 3-2. The Bills, 2-3. The Patriots, 1-2. Okay. They've also had the easiest schedule in the last 20 years. That's been thrown out there as well. The Texans, 4-4. The Jags, 4-3. Chargers, 3-2. And the Steelers, 1-5. So I know when you talked about the Steelers, how we kind of want Cecil
They're
kind of
the frauds.
He wants the hardest schedule. I'll take the Steelers any day now. I want them in this thing, taking on the Broncos at Mile High in the second round. But
you don't believe. You don't believe. You want Bo to have the easy path. Means you don't believe.
I just want the easiest path to the Super Bowl.
It ain't about you, girl. It's about the Broncos. You don't think Bo Nix can beat up on a tough team?
Yeah, I think he can.
Okay, then why don't you want the tough team?
Because I would like the lower risk. You know I'm with Kev on this one. People should go listen from 12 to 12:25 if they weren't tuned in.
It's going to be up on YouTube, by the way. That's going to be our YouTube
We
segment
went
today.
round and round on this. Kev and I on the same page. We want the easiest path. No one remembers it, but they do remember being at the parade and hoisting the trophy. So what do you take away then? And give us more if you've got it on just these records from 500
basically,
teams.
Denver, Jacksonville, and Chargers, they're the only ones with winning records against teams above 500. So they've shown they could beat these teams. I look at teams like the Patriots, they're frauds. The Steelers, they're frauds. The Texans, they're on an 8-game winning streak. Them and the Jaguars are on a 7-game win streak. We talked about last week, or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, that the Broncos were on this big win streak. They got punched in the mouth. Maybe it came at the right time. It might not come at the right time for the Jaguars and Texans.
Interesting. Well, I love it, and I think it does sort of bring up this angle, too, that, we're talking so much about Buffalo and Houston and Jacksonville, and are we being dismissive of the Patriots? And maybe rightfully so, because I actually can envision the Broncos winning the Super Bowl this year. I don't think the Patriots pass the confetti test for me.
Right.
I don't see them up on the stage getting the Lombardi this season. Could be famous last words, but New England's low on my list of power rankings of teams in the AFC that really scare me.
Drake May would have to go ham, and this ain't the Jets, girl. So it's like, okay, is that going to happen in the playoffs? Unless they face the easiest route to the Steelers, like, okay, somebody's waiting to play the Steelers.
If they even get in. I mean, they could lose to Baltimore on Sunday
and
and find themselves on the couch.
Yes, they could find themselves sitting at home because they don't – and, yeah, I'll say it because who cares? They don't deserve to be in the playoffs. Are you kidding me? It's a terrible team. It's a fraudulent team. There are teams that are going to be tough. Jacksonville, tough. Buffalo, tough. New England, less tough.
And remember, the Patriots have lost – 3 playoff games in Denver at Mile High, all with Tom Brady.
Let's make it 4.
You have the Champ Bailey pick that goes all the way, the Benjamin Watson famous tackle, whatever.
Well, I always blame Nick for not blocking Ben Watson. Nick Ferguson. He gets so mad when I do that.
His bio on Twitter, at least it was for a while, he was the one who hit Tom Brady on that play.
He did, and then he should have kept Ben Watson from getting a champ.
Yeah, but if you're hitting the GOAT, you're not really thinking about, I got to get up and go block Ben Watson.
Ball's still alive, right? Ball's still alive.
True. But then, of course, both AFC title games, too, 2013, 2015, Tom Brady comes in and loses. Do you think, and I know people are going to say different roster, whatever.
Sure.
But do you think, and Zach did a good job a few weeks ago, he found that clip from Boston radio talking about we don't want any part of Denver. I mean, it truly is a house of horrors for them here in the Mile High City. Brady could have what? He could have 10 rings. 10. Ugh. If he could win playoff games in Denver. I would love it, man, because that Broncos-Patriots rivalry, yeah, it's faded. It's faded.
Sure.
But if you get those two in an AFC title game, it'll be back, and it'll be back in a big way. And if that game's here in Denver, we've had the upper hand on the Pats in historic playoff matches over the last couple decades.
Remember Chewbacca? Remember Brady Manning? If that's Nick's May, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Like, what's that great quarterback? And on the NFC side, if Jaden could ever stay healthy, if it was Jaden and Caleb, I'm here for it. It certainly ain't JJ. It's not Michael Penix.
Nope.
So it's like, okay, if it's Drake May and Bo Nix and they're the next Brady Manning, bring it on. Let's get it on. Like, that would be awesome for me.
Can you imagine if we are the next great quarterback rivalry again? How spoiled are Broncos fans? And I don't say that.
They've always been spoiled.
Yeah, we shouldn't apologize, but think about it. You have John Elway, wins 2, wins the 3rd as a GM. You sign Peyton Manning, the greatest free agent in the history of the NFL. Then you go through 8-9 years of hell, if we're just being honest. And, Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater and Case Keenum and Joe Flacco and Paxton Lynch and Trevor Siemian and Russell Wilson. List goes on. And then you get Bo Nix. And you get him 12th in the draft, but the 6th QB off the board. If Bo really is here for a decade, and you and I both believe that, both believe he can be the guy for the next decade plus, how lucky are we? Because what other franchise has had 3 quarterbacks like that in their existence? You know, everyone always talks about the Packers with Favre and Rodgers. Is Love that guy? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
Right.
The 49ers. You know, you had Montana.
Joe Montana,
you had
Steve
Young. Is Brock Purdy that guy?
Nah.
People thought Colin Kaepernick could maybe be that guy. That obviously, went off the
Bye-bye.
rails. And I'm not even talking
Would
political.
you
He just
bring
became
up
a worse
Bart
football
Starr
player.
from back in the day? Like, if we go Packers, like, historically.
Then it may be a star.
Right. Because I would go back to that. If you go to Dallas and Troy Aikman and Roger Staubach and then Dak Prescott, who's not a champion, but it's like, okay, how do we categorize that? But the Broncos are definitely in a small number
There's
of
very
franchises.
few franchises that have 3.
Yeah.
Would the Colts count with Unitas and Payton? And then
Luck?
they were hoping it would be Andrew Luck.
And then they ruined him by not protecting him.
Mm-hmm. But I'm just saying, there are organizations out there that have never had a franchise
Chicago.
Quarterback. Never.
Chicago, the first one's Caleb Williams.
Jay Cutler's their best quarterback ever. And our old buddies say, hey, Jay, you
Yeah,
know?
right.
The Browns, maybe way back in the day, but they had Baker Mayfield and they let him get out the door.
Right.
We're just very lucky that, yes, there were some lulls in there. But to go from John to Peyton to Bo, and I don't want to slight guys like Jake Plummer. Jake took us to an AFC title game, too.
Yeah.
And he was a nice bridge in between John and Peyton Manning. But, man, if Bo is really that guy, and if Drake's that guy in New England, and we get Broncos-Patriots back as a big rivalry the next 10 years, how much fun would that be?
And then we get Shannon Sharp on the phone saying, you need to call the president because they are killing the Patriots. Like, yeah, bring it on, man. I'd love to see it. And you want that quarterback rivalry? This league is better when there's that sort of, it's a quarterback-driven sport. It just is. It's superstar power on a level. This world has 8 billion people, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's like 12 really good quarterbacks. That's it. Denver's got one.
And you know what's funny is, honestly, it should have been Mahomes Allen or Mahomes Jackson or Mahomes Burrow, but only Joe Burrow could even find a way to beat Patrick Mahomes. Lamar was never up for the task. Josh Allen, yeah, he probably got screwed last year, but he was never really up for the task. He had the 13-second game, but they never got over the top. There isn't a great QB rivalry in the league right now, is there?
Not really. I mean, we look at the NFC side of the bracket, nobody's talking about Sam Darnold, Matthew Stafford, nothing like that. So, no, I don't really think so. They kind of need that Brady Manning energy.
Exactly.
They need that smoke. Drake May, Bo Nix, that'd get it done.
Wow. That would be fun. Good research from Kev
Thank
there.
you, Kev.
And maybe we'll get the Patriots in yet another AFC title game here in Denver. It'd be the third time in the last 13 years. That would be special. All right, what's going on tonight? What are we looking forward to over the holiday? We'll do all that coming up next.
Denver and Los Angeles are squaring off for their final game of the regular season. Kick your football Sunday off in style with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting 4 hours before kickoff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
January is full of, hey, I'll start tomorrow quotes, but a soda, weight loss, is full of people who finally said, no, really, today. And once the weight comes off and the energy comes back, excuses don't stand a chance. Soda delivers fast, easy, convenient weight loss that fits real life. No hunger, no guesswork, and support from a real nutritionist who actually texts you back. That's why they have nearly 9,000 positive Google reviews and thousands of jaw-dropping before and after photos, just like mine, where I lost 60 pounds with sodaweightloss.com. It worked for me naturally, no injections, no pills, natural weight loss. It's fantastic. 60 pounds gone for me, and it's never coming back. And right now, the perfect gift for the two of you. Look and feel 10 years younger for the price of one. 2 people, 1 program, 1 life-changing start to 2026. Soda Weight Loss. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. You know, in the game of life, our most valuable asset is our health.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Brandon Stokely here for Colorado's hometown HVAC team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Is your heating system struggling to perform and need to be traded? It has never been easier to get a quote for a new heating system. Rocks Heating and Air offers a free online heating and cooling quoting system so that you can quickly and accurately get pricing on a new system. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Something good always happens after midnight. Getting loud a little later just hits night.
Final segment on a Wednesday. It's Will Peterson and Cecil Lammy. Dover will be back on Friday. Cease, a lot of people reacting to our conversation about the toughest path versus the easiest path for the Broncos.
Yeah, and it's split, you said?
It is split, but I thought this texter summed it up nicely. Let's see if we can both find some middle ground.
Okay,
here. This is from the 8640. He said, for the record, I'm not on anyone's side, or it could have been she, excuse me. There's no name on it here.
Okay.
I don't want easy. I don't want hard. I just want to win. Whoever we play, that's how this whole thing is set up. You don't get to pick who you play who's in front of you, and the object is to win the last football game, regardless of who it's against. That makes you the best of what anyone sees or feels, and you are the last man standing. That I can agree with, because I think on this New Year's Eve, where we're all going into 2026 on a fresh start, I like it. We may debate, we may have heated arguments about the path, but the reality is we just all want to hoist that trophy, and that's the number one goal for you, for me, for Kev, and for Broncos country.
Yeah, 1,000%. However you get there, you just get there. And if it happens to be the easy path, like you said, nobody will remember. And if it happens to be the hard path, nobody will remember. Just go win it all. I mean, again, back to the Dan Marino thing. He's never remembered as one of the best, and he was. He just got to one Super Bowl his second year and then never went back. I don't want that to be the case with Bo Nix. Go out there, get this thing, and you know what? Go do it again. Because if they win it all, we're the 13ers, me, you, and Kev.
Which means we all pick the Broncos to win 13 games.
Yes.
Yep.
I believe that there would be a lot more on our side based on if they win the Super Bowl. There's going to be a lot of I think they can win 13, guys.
Right.
Hey. I'm glad you caught up.
Welcome to the party, pal. Right?
Die hard.
Just a year late. There you go.
Yes,
I gave one to you. You got it.
Thank you.
In terms of this game this weekend against the Chargers, I just feel like it can't get here soon enough because the one seed has been so close in our grasps for so long, and obviously if they'd beaten Jacksonville, they'd have it wrapped up by now. But it does feel like this one seed thing has been on the tip of our tongue for, honestly, 6 weeks now?
Right.
And it's finally here, and all you have to do is beat Trey Lance, and you're the one seed. I just want it to be official, man. And you know what's the best part? Wildcard weekend's awesome. And there's going to be 6 games on. There's 2 Saturday, 3 Sunday, 1 Monday. How amazing would it be? Broncos aren't playing. It's a stress-free wild card weekend.
Yes.
You get to watch 6 football games. You get to
Yes.
see how the bracket shakes out. And honestly, the players would be feeling like us. They'd be happy to have the week off, watch the rest of the AFC beat each other up, figure out the matchup. That's what the Broncos really ultimately need. They got to finish the job. They're so close, man. I mean, to use a bad analogy, they're first and goal at the 1. Punch this thing in on Sunday. If you can't get 1 yard in 4 tries, that's what they have against the Chargers this weekend.
Yes, so punch it in and stay healthy, and it doesn't matter how it looks. I know that, and we do radio, and I understand doing radio, quote-unquote doing radio, but as a football guy, I just know all that counts is the W. Stay healthy first in this game. W second, and then that's it. I don't care if it's 13-10, 5-3. Give me a number. As long as the Broncos have the W, I don't care. 35-3 is great. That'd be awesome. They don't really do that. So I don't have any, like, they need the momentum. They're the number 1 seed. That says a lot more than going up and beating a crap Chargers team full of backups.
Yeah, but aren't the Chargers kind of willingly telling you they're going to roll over and die in this game?
Yeah.
And we'll get injury report here in an hour or so. Right. But if Keenan Allen's on there, if Omarion Hampton's on there,
they won't be as motivated as the Chiefs were. Chiefs were motivated to spoil the Broncos and to have Travis go out on top in his probably final home game. The Chiefs were motivated. Chargers aren't motivated. They're kind of in, like, we're not really playing full speed, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Do you like my conspiracy theory on that too?
Well, Kev, play my theme music because there's not any tinfoil hat that I won't put on.
All right. So
I'll try it on. I'll see how it fits, right? I don't believe in all conspiracy theories. And as a word entomologist, conspiracy, conspirare, Latin, with the same spirit. So conspiracy actually isn't a bad thing.
Okay.
So I don't believe in all of them. I like to listen. But I like to listen to your conspiracy theory.
I've got a tinfoil hat that I think is going to fit your head nice and snug.
Oh, I got a big head anyway.
All right. Sunday Night Football. Ravens, Steelers.
Yeah.
Your life depends on it. Who's going to win that football game?
Ravens.
I agree.
Steelers are frauds.
Baltimore's going to be the 4 seed in the AFC. If Jim Harbaugh tries to win keep that music going. I love it. If Jim Harbaugh tries to win this football game, he will more than likely be the 5 seed.
Mm-hmm.
He would have to go play his brother John in the divisional round.
Right.
That in and of itself is a distraction. Remember when these two met in the Super Bowl? That was all anyone could talk about.
Oh, yeah.
I think if you had a latte, shout out Sean Payton, if you had a latte with Jim Harbaugh.
With Bailey's.
He would tell you, a little true serum in there. He would tell you he wants no business of playing Baltimore in round 1.
Okay.
He doesn't want to face his brother. And what's best for them? They lose. They fall to the 7. They play the Patriots. Someone else, probably the Texans, plays Baltimore in that round 1. And then, if he wins that, he's coming back to Denver in the divisional round because, again, the NFL reseeds. It would be 7-seed Chargers versus 1-seed Broncos. He wants to avoid his brother as long as possible. And in a perfect world, it would be a Harbaugh AFC title game. I'm not predicting that. I'm just trying to get in Jim's head with this decision to sit his starter.
Well, he's a weirdo, so be careful getting in his head. And I'll just say this. The Chargers could knock off the Patriots. Who could knock off the Jaguars? If we talk about the dangerous teams for the Broncos in the playoffs, Bills, dangerous. Jacksonville, dangerous. Okay. Patriots are less so. They would be third on that list, in my opinion.
Well, they've got a slew of issues going on right now, too. Some serious allegations off the field.
Yeah. Let's leave that one alone for now.
No, but it is part of the equation. There are these
definitely
very serious and troubling allegations out there.
Right. So that's going to be something. But it's like, okay, who knocks off Jacksonville? Who knocks off Houston? I would put Houston, Jacksonville, Buffalo, probably in that order, as the most dangerous teams to the Broncos. The Patriots are behind all those guys.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, if the Chargers knocked off the Patriots, okay, that's great. Can you knock off Jacksonville? Can you knock off Buffalo?
Any given Sunday,
Can you knock off Houston?
Any given Sunday, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's like, that's interesting.
So does my tinfoil hat fit?
I'm willing to listen. I don't agree with it 100%, but I'm like, there's something there.
But he doesn't. If he wanted the 5 seed, he could just play Justin Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I gave you a very logical reason why he doesn't want the 5 seed. He doesn't want to play his brother in the first round.
Right. Or is he doing the Michael Malone? Does he want to kind of get the – does he want New England?
Well, maybe he wants New England more than he wants Baltimore, regardless of the brother thing.
Sure.
Because we saw what Derrick Henry did against the Packers the other night.
Right. So maybe that's part of the case because even though Travion Henderson is really cool and good and all that, and Ramondre Stevenson's not a slappy, they ain't Derrick Henry.
No. Especially when they finally give Derrick the ball. You know, some of us who have Derrick Henry on our fantasy football teams were very thankful that he finally got, what did he get, like 35 carries, some absurd number like that. All right, well,
so
that
is
was
it more
my theory.
likely or more possible? Because KG said anything's possible, and he's right. But what's more likely is that he's doing the Michael Malone thing and trying to avoid, let's just say, Derrick Henry.
Yep.
Or is it the brother thing? What's more likely? Anything's possible, but what's more
Probably
likely?
the Malone thing, but I don't think the brother thing is 0%.
And see, I didn't like the Malone thing when Malone did it with the Nuggets. I don't like it if that's what Harbaugh's doing. Don't ask for things to be easy. Ask for you to be better.
Don't manipulate the standings. All right, before you get down to Broncos, a couple quick things here.
Yes.
You've got the Nuggets and Raptors tonight.
Okay.
First game post Jokic.
Yeah.
You've got the Avs and Blues at Ball Arena. If you missed
Fireworks.
it, Jordan Binnington gets the nod
Hate
for
that
Team
guy.
Canada over
Yeah.
Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood. And you've got Miami, Ohio State. So the floor is yours. Thoughts on the college football playoff first quarter final? Avs Raptors, that'd be a funny matchup. Avs Blues and Nuggets Raptors without Jokic.
Yeah, Nuggets Raptors first game without Joker, probably going to be an L. We'll say that. I've said that they'll be 500. Maybe Phil disagrees with me, but I think the Nuggets without Joker in this 18, 20 games can be a 500 team. We'll see what that looks like. No Christian back yet. No AG back yet, so that would make me think this might be a loss there. Avs go get it against Bennington, get the fireworks on the ice at Ball Arena, and I'm going to be real dialed into Ohio State, Miami.
All right.
Real dialed in.
Well, hide your water bottles because Jordan Bennington is in Denver. Don't need him chucking them at
Everyone
anyone.
be safe on New Year's.
All right, Cease. Have a good one. Enjoy Broncos. Appreciate you getting down there to help with our coverage. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. As our guy Philip Lindsay slides in, Zach Bye will be here momentarily.
He's fashionably late.
Yeah, well, you also came in a couple minutes early, so I appreciate that. We'll hand it off to you two for the drive. I feel like I'm getting a little deja vu. Because remember, I was here for Dover right before Thanksgiving, and we had that sort of round and round argument about hardest path and are you rooting for the Chiefs or not. Yeah. Well, Cecil and I took out the gloves today, Phil. There was no bloody noses, but we took out the gloves today.
You win.
Do you want – I think I did. Texture's slightly in my favor.
All right.
But I'm curious your thoughts because Kevin and I are on the same page. Do you want the easiest path to the Super Bowl for the Broncos or do you want the hardest path? Because this came up. We're saying, what if they get the 1 seed?
Yeah.
How do you want the bracket to shake out? I want it to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. In a perfect world, the 2 beats the 7, the 3 beats the 6, the Steelers win on Sunday, and then they win their wild card game, and then guess what? It's 4-1 at Empower Field, Mile High. It's Broncos Steelers. Cecil's like, I want the Bills. I want my revenge. And we're like, whoa, what are you doing?
Yeah,
so where do you
be
check
careful.
in?
I mean, you got to definitely be careful what you ask for. Going up there and wanting to get the Bills, knowing that if Josh Allen's healthy, because he's still dealing with his foot, but if Josh Allen's healthy, and this may be his moment where, there's no Patrick Mahomes, there may not be no Baltimore Ravens with Lamar Jackson, no Joey B, no Joe Burrow, this could be his, and he has the experience. Do you really want to mess with that and kind of mess around with Josh Allen when he knows how it feels to be in the playoffs and he knows how to be in big-time games and he knows that if he wants to be an elite quarterback or part of that quarterback group where you're in the Super Bowl, you got to get there.
Right.
So I want to avoid them if possible. Now, of course, if you have to play them, you got to play them. We got the team to do it. We have the team to win it all. But I'm with you. I'd be okay to have the Steelers. If the Steelers can find a way to beat the Ravens, stop the run game, get into the playoffs, and we have to play the Steelers with old man Aaron Rodgers and having our defense attack him, knowing his ass can't run.
Yeah.
I mean, a run game that's shaky with the Steelers and a receiver that's still going through some issues because he wants to beat up fans and DK Metcalf. I mean, give me the Denver Broncos. And at this point, Will, it's not about the hardest resistance. It's not about trying to find the hardest path to success. Whoever's in your way, of course, you have to fight. You have to get through. But if it's easier, the better. Mentally, you just got to go in there and play because it doesn't matter. There's no easy game in the NFL. Even the Steelers want to win it all.
No, you're right. And you're speaking my language here of, listen, man, no one's going to remember 5 years from now who they beat. Broncos fans will remember. But if Bo's got a big old fat ring on his finger and he's got a Lombardi in his trophy case, no one's going to go, oh, well, he beat the Steelers and Old Man Rodgers in the divisional round, so I'm going to put an asterisk next to it.
It's all about having a parade, Will.
Exactly.
We want to have a parade. We want to be able to have fun. Do we sit here and say, oh, we got a championship playing the Heat if you're the Denver Nuggets? Like, that was the easiest path to a championship. Like, no, nobody cares about that. The Heat found a way to get there. Kudos to them. And we found a way to dominate and win the game, which we were supposed to do. And we had a championship because of it. And nobody talks about the Miami Heat and us beating up on them. Nobody talks about that. We talk about the parade.
Yes.
That's exactly what we talk about.
Well, that's 3 votes on this side because me, you, and Kevin are all on the same page. That Cecil wants the Bills here. He wants his revenge, this and that. Zach By joins the conversation.